Members, please come to the chamber. We're short of a quorum. We need you here to make a quorum. Please come to the chamber now.
The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Will Burgess. He is an 11th grader at the Alabama School for the Blind.
Please bow your heads. Gracious God and Creator of us all, we gather here today in this hall of history to do the work of the people. We pray that a spirit of wisdom and patience can come upon the members of this assembly. Gracious God, we ask that all of these men and women here today can see the faces behind each law and each piece of legislation that they pass. We ask that in the depths of debate, they never lose sight of our shared goal, which is the betterment of the well-being of the fine people of this state. We ask that you grant them patience, wisdom, dedication, and discipline in all their efforts, and that you give them the utmost ability to do the best that they can in all their efforts. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by two outstanding students singing the pledge. Allura Hughes, she is a 10th grader, attends Alabama School of the Deaf. Also with her is Grace Miller, attends the Helen Keller School for Alabama.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, honor and honor God, with liberty and vision for all.
Clerk call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Albright, Baker, Barnes, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Crow, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, DeBose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Givens, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Holt-Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Myritz, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shirey, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood, Yarbrough.
Sixty-five members answer roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the lead, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objection, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from the lead, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 7th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 7th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Howard Sandiford's visitation will be tomorrow, January 30th, from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. His service will be the following day, January 31st at 11:30 a.m. at First Baptist Church in Huntsville. The address is 600 Governors Drive, Huntsville, Alabama. There will be a reserved seating for members of the legislature behind the family.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and we reconvene Tuesday, February the 3rd at 1 p.m. next Tuesday.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports from standing committees. Receive those reports throughout the day. The House is in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The House now will receive the resolution report from the Committee on Rules. Clerk will read those resolutions, please.
House Joint Resolution Number 37 by Representative Starnes, mourning the death and celebrating the life of the Honorable McNeil Gibson, Jr. Senate Joint Resolution Number 19 by Senator Elliott, honoring the legacy and exceptional life of Anna Smith Bedsole Holmes. Senate Joint Resolution Number 15 by Senator Allen, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Mary Ann Peake Phelps.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 38 by Representative Hall, commending Dr. Lloyd Walker on the occasion of his retirement from Alabama A&M University.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 39 by Representative Hall, commending the General Federation of Women's Clubs, Alabama, and its president, Becky Vansant.
Move for adoption.
All in favor? Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 33 by Representative Hall, commending Dr. Leon Frazier on his accomplishments.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 34 with amendment by Representative Simpson, establishing the Crime Clearance Data Task Force.
All in favor?
I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment 2, House Joint Resolution 34 by Representative Simpson.
The amendment would just add the head of Aaliyah to it.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Move for adoption as amended.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 42 by Representative Underwood, commending the City of Florence and the Office of Planning and Community Development on receiving the 2026 Audrey Nelson Community Development Achievement Award.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 43 by Representative Oliver, naming the bridge on Alabama Highway 63 that spans Sugar Creek in Alexander City, the Dr. Larry Tuggle Memorial Bridge.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. I'm going to give a moment of personal privilege right here. This is our Chief of Staff's father that this bridge has been named under. Let's give him a big round of applause for the thing. Mr. Chairman.
House Joint Resolution Number 46 by Representative Collins, commending Kathy Wallen McGowan and her work with the Alabama Women's Commission.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 47 by Representative Collins, supporting the creation of a bicameral, historically black colleges and universities legislative caucus.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 50 by Representative Shaw, commending Taiwan for its relations with the United States and the state of Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 51 by Representative Robbins, establishing the Study Commission on Artificial Intelligence and Children's Internet Safety.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 53 by Representative Gidley, seeking Almighty God's hand of ever-present mercy and healing on Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Walker, Representative Barnes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I've been speaking with my constituents and changing the name of the Curry Highway. There's some issues there, so I'm going to ask if can we postpone this to another time if we can. That's what I'd like to do until I get my group together and make sure.
Sure, absolutely. So you're asking carry it over.
Yes, sir.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It has been carried over. Yes, sir. Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 20 by Senator Coleman Madison, commending the Alabama Birth Equity Initiative for its efforts to meet the needs of expecting mothers throughout the state.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Mr. Clerk, let's call up uncontested local bills.
On page 25 of the calendar is Senate Bill number 175 by Senator Kitchens relating to Marshall County.
Watch for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 57 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. The question now is passage of SB 175. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 11 ayes, 0 nays. SB 175 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 313, a constitutional amendment by Representative Standridge relating to Blount County.
Chairman Standridge, you care to explain your bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This is related to Blount County to authorize qualified taxpayers 65 years of age and older to claim a senior property tax exemption for real property owned in the county for under certain conditions.
Yeah, you heard the gentleman's explanation. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 63 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is passage of HB 313. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. This is the passage of this constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 64 ayes, 0 nays. HB 313 has passed. Question for the body now is the local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 34 ayes, 0 nays. HB 313 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, say the resolution.
House Resolution number 60 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move for adoption.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 122 with substitute by Representative Collins relating to education.
Chairwoman Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Several years ago, we passed what we called a TEAMS Act, which is to try to encourage by incentive with additional salary teachers in math and science. And it was very successful. Within a couple of years, we actually, where that had always been our greatest need of teachers, for math and science teachers, that was no longer the highest need. So it is working. But what we've learned over the time that it's been in practice is that there was some extension on those that were 20-year employees. They got a 5-year, and it was only 5 years. Well, all around, you may have heard from your superintendents that that's a long time for them. Some of them don't want to teach that much longer, and they would really like to participate. So it's a voluntary program, and so all we've done is to strike the language that requires 5 years, and the bill says up to 5 years, but we will have a substitute that came out of committee. I asked for the BIR.
Yeah, you heard the lady's explanation on the bill. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative,
Yes, ma'am.
my concern is that when you're talking about teachers that's been there 20 years or more opting in, I thought that we would have to look at the longevity of the investment in these teachers because they're getting additional pay.
Correct.
Now, I realize that a lot of the teachers that want to participate is because they're looking at retirement. And this additional pay would impact their top 3 years for retirement.
Correct.
I have concerns about that. And that's why most of them want to be a part when they realize how good the pay was. And I don't think that's a good investment thought because of the longevity and how long they would be able to contribute to us in the system. Now, I would hope, because you're all going to pass it no matter, but just, just trying to put a thought process on there that when we're investing in education and with the level of needs that we have, we ought to want to get the best bang for our buck. And in this case, it's longevity. How long would those teachers be of value to the various systems? When you get into those rural systems and their ability to recruit teachers, you invest in a teacher that maybe had 5 years left, and now they're retired, and they just use it so that they, which I don't hate them for doing that, but we have to be the people who have to make sure that we're using taxpayers' dollars wisely. So I work within that 5-year period to increase my retirement, and I'm gone. Now we got to go, especially in the smaller districts, to recruit other people to do the same thing too. So I think when we're doing that, we're not getting the best bang for our buck, because 9 times out of 10, those teachers are in that window of retirement anyway. And I like I said, I don't blame them, because I would try that. But when I'm looking from our perspective, we've got to look at how we use the taxpayers' dollars and be good stewards of it. And for us to do this, I don't think is something that is good for us to be doing, because of the longevity and the number of years that they would have to help us with our math and science, because they're going to retire. As soon as that retirement time hit, which is probably in that 5-year window, and then they're gone.
That's why we're taking that 5 years out.
So
They'd be treated just like all teachers. So they can get a contract just like anyone. They can volunteer to be a part of the program just like any other teacher.
Still, that's not a good investment if they've been there 20 years. They still are using it for the same purpose. It doesn't matter. That's not a good investment because of longevity and the number of years that the average teacher is going to stay in the system. You got some that's going to stay there 30, 40 years and not going to go home at all. But the book, when it's time, I'm just more concerned about our smaller systems, that if they've been there 20 years, they volunteer to opt in this program, they're in that time frame for retirement. All they need is them top 3 years with the increase in pay, so that increases their retirement. And I understand that, but seem as though we're the stewards of the money, and we should pay closer attention to that. Just a thought. I know it doesn't matter, because we try to look at things that I would think is going to benefit. We've had assistance with the Education Trust Fund through ARPA funds and everything, but that's going to be gone. And still we'll be committed. If we got to concentrate on the best usage of our funds going into the future, knowing we're not going to have those excess dollars that we were given, we got so many other things that we need and programs that we need to address over allowing somebody that's been there 20 years to opt into this program. I just don't think it's good usage of our money. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Escambia, Chairman Baker.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Chairwoman Collins, and I much appreciate you bringing this bill. Just a few items then I think maybe to note, and as we have this little exchange, and that is, so the thrust of this seems to be that superintendents felt that they were handcuffed somewhat, that their hands were tied for these participating voluntarily teams contract teachers. Those that have, we actually had two different categories. We've got those that are the less than 20 years, and we have those that are plus 20 years teams contract teachers, but they're on two different then levels in terms of the contracts that are extended to them.
Correct.
And so it is the school superintendents that are heavily in support of this, feeling like that this then removes somewhat the handcuffs. Not only that, it helps then in that it puts all teams, participating teachers on the exact same plane in terms of up to a 3-year contract.
Correct.
Right, yeah. So there is, I mean, the team's contract seems to be working extremely well. This is something, I think this is just a tweak that's much needed then to make it an even better bill. So thank you for bringing this.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Back.
Thank you.
Hope all is well. So when we were talking about this in committee, you mentioned that, so does 20-year, and I heard Representative Baker mention, so tell me about the difference between the ones that are participating under 20 years and plus 20 years. So help me understand the need and kind of walk me through the difference between the two from a pay. Is there a difference in pay?
The difference is not in pay. The
So what is
difference
the
is in the length of the term. Right now, if they were over 20 years, they get a 5-year contract instead of up to 3 years, which is what everybody else. And it's caused a problem. Some of the teachers are getting near retirement age, like Representative Moore said, and they don't want to stay 5 years. They just want to stay 3. So this kind of, as Representative Baker says, this unties a hiring principal or superintendent's hands so that they can actually reach an agreement with that employee for whatever's best for both the school system and the employee.
And so the other piece of this, and especially in rural communities, from a salary standpoint of principals, are some of the teams teachers making more than the folks that they're reporting to?
I have not heard that being a problem. I have heard that some assistant principals have actually gone back into the classroom to teach math and science. So I do know it does bump into that salary range, but I also know the importance, as you do, of having really qualified math and science teachers teaching our students.
And so the other, and I'm all for quality.
Mm-hmm.
So is there still a shortage in math and science teachers?
I'm certain that there are in some areas. I mean, that's why we want to be able to use everything we have possible to fill those gaps in those places. You know, if they're in a hard to fill area, they actually get an additional increase in their salary. And if they're in an at-risk, they get an additional. So there's a way to truly increase your salary,
So
potentially up
on
to
top of the team-
20,000 on top of the salary matrix.
Okay. And then, so do we feel that this fix will improve the quality?
Yes. Because if you've committed to 5 years and you don't want to be there 5 years, your quality of teaching is reducing. So this opens up to let
But if
you,
it's, but they're 1-year contracts though, so,
well, they're 1 to 3.
okay, and so 1 to 3.
Mhm.
And so there are people signing a 3-year contract that goes
Um,
into, I thought it was more annual. For some reason, I thought it was a year.
I think it's up
Because
to 3.
then they can revert back to going back in the classroom, to their regular, going back into the classroom.
Oh,
Excuse
the
me, I
1 year, I appreciate that. The 1 year contract is because there are high standards to be a Teams teacher. And so they can enter into it while they're completing those higher standards, that higher professional development, and then they can potentially qualify for the 3-year, the advanced contract.
Okay. And so And so for me, I'm more of an outcome-based person. And so I just really would like to have some data that tells me exactly, has this been done anywhere else? Has the quality improved because it was done this way? I think for me, those are the questions that I really want to get an answer to, because it doesn't appear that I think what we're doing right now apparently is working, especially with the Numeracy Act, the numbers that we're seeing there. And so for me, I think in making a tweak, I don't want to make certain that we're not making the tweak to take us backwards, but also improving the quality and the outcomes. And so for me, I have not seen any data. I've requested information during our committee meeting about trying to understand how this tweak and this change is going to improve the quality. Sometimes individuals teaching 20 years, it's just they've been there 20 years, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the quality, unless it's demonstrated through their ability to teach it where they've been teaching for those 20 years, and we're able to see that they've been able to really improve the outcomes. Just getting someone 20 years doesn't mean anything when you
I
are
agree.
entering. And so I think for me,
But I would think those superintendents or principals that are doing that hiring, they know the quality of those teachers in the classroom, and they're wanting to keep the ones that are doing the really good job. They
think-
have that data.
I hear you, but I think that there is such a high need. If you're talking about there's still a need in rural areas, especially in hard to staff schools, I don't necessarily see the quality being necessarily the reason for hiring. I think that they need someone. I think it's an incentive to get this person to stay or retain a person in an area where they are able to show that they're making more money. I don't necessarily believe that the decision is based upon the quality of the person in many instances.
I'm not certain it's the quality of a person, but
I mean,
I
of the
do think
teaching,
that
the out-
the additional requirements that they're having to fill that first year, if they're not already that advanced degree, that is making a difference in the quality. The professional development that we're requiring them to have, we believe is lifting that quality in the classroom.
And so and here again, I'm a show me type of person. And so I think letting me see that in print, that the data is telling us that it has improved, then I can't argue with you on that.
Right.
But
right.
there's no one that's been able to bring me or send me any data, or haven't been able to find any data that supports that argument.
Mhm.
And so I think for me, and certainly for you, the outcome matter.
Always.
So I just want to make certain that we're not making a change or tweaking something, trying to fix something that doesn't need to be fixed. And if
Right.
it's already working, then what do we? So I mean, because I think for me, I didn't realize that I've not heard from my superintendent that this was a problem. Now my superintendent certainly, I got a message from him after the committee meeting. But I think that for me, I'm just really.
Did he not say it was a problem when you got that message?
No, he supports the legislation.
Okay,
I mean, of course, I mean,
that's
from
what
an
I thought.
association standpoint, he did mention that he supports
Okay.
the legislation. But I think for me, as being a former classroom teacher and someone that was a lead teacher in the classroom for our unit, trying to make certain that I understand that the desired outcomes are being met, and we're not tweaking something to try to fit in a certain group to be able to. But I could see this as a tool in an area that's hard to staff for retention purposes, not outcome purposes.
And I would hope the ones they're making the contracts with, that they're only making those contracts with those that are giving them better outcomes. And that's going to
hope.
be a teacher by teacher decision.
But are there any safeguards in place that actually dictates and says that you must do this? There's
The
nothing in place.
safeguard we're trying to put in place right now is that we don't lock someone in that's not doing the job and not reaching that potential for 5 years.
And so this is really, in so many words, about the tenure side of this.
Well, then they voluntarily give that up, so.
No, I do realize that. And so I think for me, it is going to, I can see it as a way to retain someone. However, I don't necessarily see it as a way to improve the quality unless there's data that speaks to that. Having been in a classroom, I know a lot of us are making decisions on education in this chamber and other places that have never set foot in a classroom nor led a unit to be able to look at the data in a certain way. And so, what about the superintendent, the state superintendent? Usually he's in our committee meetings talking about or testifying or about, how this will help and improve. I have not heard from the state superintendent about how this will improve the outcomes. And so if I heard that from the state superintendent, it will open my eyes up a little bit more. But the mere fact that many of the folks that were in the room that day, half of the room were from members that are on the committee from districts, but I don't think any of us, especially the Democrats who are in the committee, have had anyone in the room from their districts. And so I was just surprised about that. Was there something I was missing?
I thought a couple introduced their superintendent. I don't remember every committee member and who superintendent.
Yeah, I don't
was
think
there.
I think I recall that. And I didn't see any representation in that room, which caused concern to me and questions during the committee hearing. And I
I
asked you
just
that.
remembered asking, we had them all stand, and then everyone wanted to say how theirs was the best. So I thought we went through the whole room, the committee pretty well, but
So, I mean, you do a good job of making certain.
Gentleman's
folks-
time has expired. The chair recognizes Representative
Okay.
Ross of Marshall County.
Thank you, Representative Collins, for this bill. After committee, there were superintendents there, and I had one come up to me and say, my very best, most effective teacher, over 20 years, wants to continue to do this. But she said, I just don't know if I can sign a 5-year contract. When people sign a contract, they take that very seriously. So I think this would help in a lot of those cases, particularly in this one. Could you, when we talk about quality, could you go back and just review with us those very specific points of quality that those teachers have to have, besides just the 20 years of experience?
right. I wish I had that right in front of me. I'm looking to see
Well, I think other than
the specialized certificate that they have to get, which is why they have to get, Representative Baker's coming. He's got it right here. Thank you. They have to hold a valid professional educational certificate, an alternative certificate so that they're a certified teacher. They have to be approved for middle school or secondary math, science, or computer science, which are the areas of those STEM fields that we're wanting to improve. They have to take the approved courses for those. They have to be full-time, and they have to then they sign the contract with that local superintendent and principal.
So, correct me, it's my understanding that if they go on further and they become nationally board certified,
Yes.
that also
Has a
increases their quality and the amount of money that they're able to make. And other than being nationally board certified, it seems like there was one other, I think it was the being able to serve at-risk students.
It is.
So in the
There
very
are
vulnerable.
4 being a teams,
Yes.
being national board certified, teaching at a at-risk school, and teaching in a hard-to-fill district.
Right.
So that's 4 different $5,000 bumps,
That takes
which
a
is
very
how we get to the 20,000.
and that takes a very special person. Thank
It
you
does.
very much for this bill.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will lock the machine, then members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 92 yeas, no nays, and the BIR is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Drummond of Mobile.
In committee, we had just said up to 5 years, and what we decided that was better to just put everybody on an equal playing field. And so the substitute came out, just simply took out section E, and then it also added to make sure there was no contract that would not be fulfilled. And so that everybody would get to fulfill any contract that they're currently under. And that was the amendment that was brought, and that's why we have the substitute bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Chair. I got just, because I was in the committee, so, and you know that I am a full supporter of teams.
Yes.
Question, because I had an opportunity to talk to that room filled with nothing but superintendents, but I am a person who watch out for our teachers, and I want to make sure we achieve everything that is possible. And one thing that has stuck into my claw in all of the conversations that I had with multiple superintendents, none of them which was mine, was that there are folks who get on this program and yet they're not quality anymore, or they're not doing the best that they can do. And
Or they're just
well,
tired
let
of
me finish.
doing
Let me
it.
finish. And I know that under teams you get rid of tenure, but isn't there still an administrative way for those superintendents to address the problem of poor quality?
There can be a way with documentation and things like that, but it's also to require the 5 years was just not what seemed to be best. To keep everybody working the same was what we heard was recommended.
Well, and see, that's the part I told them that I didn't quite understand, because to give everybody 1 year, right?
Well, they
1
get
to
1
3.
year if they don't have the qualifications.
Yeah.
They get 1 year to complete those qualifications.
Exactly. But if we put everybody on the same, right? How will we get the best of the best to get on this program with science and
With
math
the
teachers?
incentive of the salary increases.
Well, that's not changing. Won't that still be the same?
But that is how we get the best of the best to want to participate.
Well, we're doing that now, and we're having these problems. So I guess I'm trying to get at how will we maintain that quality if we open it up to everybody. So if you get a
We're not
teacher,
changing that. We're not changing that. We're just putting all teachers in the same category. We're not having a specialized over 20-year, 5-year contract.
again, I'm one of these folks who think that if you want to get rid of somebody, you ought to be able to do that.
I think
even
you
if you
can.
don't have tenure. And it seems to me that that teacher who has given us all of what they've got for 20 years, and they've been a stellar teacher, and they go under this program, it seems to me under this piece of legislation, they're the ones who are being penalized. Am I interpreting that incorrectly? Tell me. I mean,
I don't
couldn't
see it as a
understand that.
penalty. If they want to stay, as long as they want to stay, they can continue to make those contracts. So I don't see it as a penalty at all.
But
It just
then the
opens it up that if
superintendent-
they don't want to stay that 5 years, they're no longer going to be forced to.
But the superintendents maintain all of the control, and administratively,
There was
they
no
can still
control.
go and get rid of who they want to through documentation, correct? I mean,
I think that could happen, but I think having a contract that's the same for everybody, everybody's making that same decision. Do they want to participate? Do they not? The incentive is on those salary increases.
yeah, because if you go into those hard-to-fill schools, you get the, what, $10,000, I believe?
Well, it's 5 for each thing, 5 for teams, 5
Okay.
for National Board Certified, which has proven to improve the quality, 5 for if you're willing to go into one of those at-risk, and 5 in a hard-to-fill.
Well, I guess I am such a supporter of teams. I guess I'm troubled or worried about if we're going to be able to still recruit the quality that we're trying to achieve with this program. And I'm worried about those schools where people don't want to go. And that's been my worry all along. And I still think that we
this
still
doesn't
have some
change
tweaking
any
to
of
do
that.
there.
Right, and this doesn't change any of that. All those incentives are still in place for them.
Okay.
All it does is let those over 20 years have up to a 3.
So
with the
if I
first
was a
year.
teacher with 20 years plus experience with the right certification, and I go under teams,
Yes. You would get your contract how you worked it out with that supervisor. whether it's superintendent, principal.
So it just seems like there's an underlining here that perhaps those teachers are the ones we probably don't want because they can just coast through whatever 1 year or 3 years and just get whatever. That's what we're trying to prevent. Let's just say that that's what this is.
Correct.
How is that going to help our teachers? I mean, I'm a teacher.
It's going to help our students because we want people to be in the classroom that want to be in the classroom and that are excited to be in the classroom.
But
and
you
they're
want
teaching
teachers
these
to feel
skills.
that same way, right?
And I think that they do with incentives that we're paying. So I think that's good.
Well, and superintendents still have an ability to be able to get rid of those poor quality teachers if they go under teams and try to skirt the system. They still have the ability. They
I
just
agree.
need to do the job, right?
I agree.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I move to adopt the sub.
Well, Chair recognizes Representative Jackson Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. I won't be long. You've gone over a lot of things I was kind of in question about.
Good.
I do have a inclination to not just single out science and math. You know, educators are educators, and they are specialized in different categories. But our liberal arts teachers, we're not just losing science and math teachers, we're losing teachers. People don't want to get into the field because the economics problem. We don't want to pay, but we want to incentivize science and math, and other people are left out. And I mean, that's not really good politics. In other words, you're making a distinction between other people, and then they come out of that field and go into these programs. Question: Are they paid to go back and get their science, math certifications, or do they
Part of
pay
that
that themselves?
It's part of the contract that they had that advanced
So
degree.
the incentive to go, I pay you for going back, and then we're going to put 2 years, 5 years, 3 years, whatever. They have to make a contract. Now, what about the teachers that are not involved in this process? Since you make a distinction between those good old English teachers and regular classroom educators. Now, if it wasn't for the regular folks, you know, nothing wrong with science and math, but we got to be totally, you know, the whole complete person. And I'm looking at that because I taught school and I saw the difference. You got band, you got music, you got art. And give them an incentive to get there, because there's just as much professionalism in music education and art education as it is in science and math. And so my phone been on fire. My superintendent's been 122. They couldn't explain it, but they said vote for it. I said, no, you tell me what it is. But I appreciate what you're doing. But let us be inclusive.
Thank you.
Try to involve other people. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body's adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 96 yeas, no nays. The substitute has been adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Jefferson, Ms. Gavan.
I ask for final passage.
Thank you. You can ask for whatever you want to in here. And you can get it as long as you can get it after I ask you the questions that I'm trying to ask you. How
Okay.
you doing? You doing okay today?
I am.
Now, I got in here just a few minutes late, and, you know, I always try to be as studious as I can. And as I was coming in, someone asked me, how are you able to fly in, run in, and then be prepared to go to the microphone? And I simply responded, in 2010, I asked the people to send me here to do that. And so with that being said, I ought to always be ready when I walk in the door, and I don't think I've disappointed in that regard. But I do need you to give me some clarity of thought with regards to House Bill 122 and help me understand, since I did get in as the debate had started, exactly what it does, and then the impact, if at all any, it would have on teacher tenure.
It
If at
doesn't
all.
have, they give up their tenure to be a part of teams. So it doesn't change that at all.
So they give up for the 1 year or
No,
period?
they give up their tenure.
All right, that's what I was trying to get to. So
They have a year they could go back.
they
if
could go back.
choose
So
not.
I'm trying, that's what I wanted to get the
But
clarity
then
on.
they would no longer be a part
they
of the
would-
team's contract.
Let me ask my questions. If you'd allow me to ask the questions, because I want to get the answer and get it correct. So you're saying that a teacher has to give up tenure, correct? They would have up to 1 year after they give up the tenure, or has the tenure totally lapsed after that time, or once they sign on to the program?
Say your question one more time.
Are they giving up tenure, period, or do they have the option at the end of the 1 year period to go back or to maintain their tenure?
They're giving up the tenure,
Period.
but they have an 1 year option to get out of that, like a right of rescission after the 1 year if they choose
But,
to.
okay,
Or if they don't fulfill the contract and get the extra certification, they would then no longer be eligible.
but
And they would go back under their original contract.
Now, I know somebody has a bill dealing with English with the driver's license. That's gonna be coming up. So let me speak correct English. I'm just trying to get an answer. My answer is, the question is simple. I enter into this contract or program, whatever it is. I enter, I relinquish tenure, period. Am I correct?
But then you do have a 1 year option to go back.
And when the option is up, that's all I'm trying to get to. I can, if I choose the option, I can go back.
Correct.
That's all I've been trying to get to. So now, once we get to that, if for some reason I don't fulfill my obligations, as you started to intimate a moment ago, then what?
If you don't reach the higher certification, then the contract would not be renewed on the other.
Period.
Because you did not
You would not have
complete the higher
But
qualification.
should they not already be reaching reaching that for the certification or what have you? I mean,
some of them are, they may have, they're a certified teacher and they may be have a math degree, but they may not have this advanced degree, the extra STEM certification. And so they may have to complete that. I think of it as like quality professional development. And good quality professional development not only improves the teacher and their understanding of how to do it, but it usually shows that it improves the scores.
so then my question to you, because these are the questions that I am getting, is simply this. Can you tell me, based upon, and I'm prayerful that you did do research. You typically do have a response with regards to percentiles. Can you tell me the percentile of math educators or those in that field who do not have the advanced certification? Let me finish. Not only in whether it be middle to elementary to middle school, but especially in secondary education. Can you tell me what that percentage here in the state of Alabama is that our educators in that field do not have the advanced certifications?
I've not had anybody bring that up, so I've not seen that answer before, but they give them a year to complete it if they don't have it.
But I guess my question is, but we're making such a modification, but, and maybe I just operate a little bit different than everybody does. But even I have a breastfeeding bill. I didn't just take it from one person to say to me, okay, I'm having a problem on my job. After multiple people started saying to me, listen, Representative Gavan, I work for Amazon, or I work for this place, or I work for this type of job. I had a baby, they told me I couldn't leave. I needed to get to the restroom to express myself. When we make, and this has been my argument since you and I came into the same class together, and I think I've said this to you on numerous occasions. I think when we make these types of modifications that have such a critical impact in the decision-making process, especially of our educators, which is pretty much the largest field of employees that we have really in the state of Alabama, if the truth be told. But with that, we make such modifications in certain curriculars. But I would feel better about the bill if you say to me, well, we have 50-something thousand educators, and at least 35,000 of them do not have this certificate. Because most of the teachers that I know, especially in the Birmingham area, they really focus in on, let me not say Birmingham, because the district that I represent is larger than the city of Birmingham, number one. But within District 60 is this, that most of them have those advanced degrees or the advanced certificates. So if there's someone giving you the numbers, I would like to know. I'm torn with the bill no differently than I was with the Teams Act. And then I guess I'm also torn because since I've been here, every year or every other year or every 2 years, there has been an attempt by this party to strip away educators' tenure. I still have never been able to understand that process, but that has always been something since 2010. So I guess for me, you sign the contract, and then when will we be able to see, once this starts, do we have a range in which we can begin to look at those numbers? Did you put that in the bill as to any of the intel that comes back with regards to the number of certified educators? Who gets a list of that report like we do in a lot of other bills? Because I would like to see that. I think I said this to you a few years ago. I think it was maybe one of the first reading bills that you presented. And then I asked for the next year. I said, well, listen, can you come back and then you show me? Then, of course, we came back and a few years later, I never got those numbers. But that's, I guess, my thing. So they have 1 year to get that certification? Or if they don't already have it. So they have 1 year from the execution of the agreement with contract or what have you to get the advanced degree. And if they do not, then all of those things will be carried out. And then my question to you is, this is optional, am I correct?
Correct. It's completely voluntary.
So it's completely okay, that's the part I wanted to hear. If it was completely voluntary, I thought this was something that you all were trying to just, like the first act of 2011, which, has been a catastrophe for public education, and it was written for that purpose. So, okay, I have the clarity. I just need to know if it reached that point, and then I will also request a copy from Dr. Mackey, the numbers. So if anyone from his shop is listing of those educators in the state who do not have the advanced certificates, location by location, demographic by demographic. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 122 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 96 yeas, no nays. HB 122 passes as substituted. Clerk,
Thank
call
you,
the
Mr.
next,
Speaker.
next
Thank
bill on
you,
the
body.
special order calendar.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 151 by Representative Garrett relating to the University of Alabama.
Chairman Garrett, the chair would like to recognize some special guests in the balcony. We have with us today the students and staff from the Alabama Institute of the Deaf and Blind. Please stand and be recognized. They are the guests of Representative Hurst. Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. As many of you know, we're having discussions about outcome-based funding. We passed a draft bill out to our joint committees last week and then to College and University this week. If you want to see a copy of that draft legislation, you can stop by Karen, our office, and Karen will give you a copy of it. Basically, it's just what we're going to the beginning point for discussion about outcome-based funding on higher ed to try to improve our retention, graduation rates, things like that. In those discussions, we've discovered a couple of things in the law that are archaic, and one is this bill, HB 151. And what this does is to repeal the statutory mandate that the University of Alabama School of Medicine have a physician's advisory board. The last time this board met, Representative Colvin wasn't born. So this is a board that has not met, does not meet yet there, and there's no penalty if they don't meet. So this really repeals the statute that they have that board that doesn't meet.
The chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Chairman, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm absolutely delightful today. As Otney says, I am fabulous. And with that being said, you doing okay?
I'm doing well.
Dr. Garrett, let me ask you a question. I just have a couple of questions. Why was it created?
Well, we weren't around at that time, but I believe it was what it said was it was to give information and advice to the Board of Trustees of the University of Alabama as to the proper maintenance and operation of the medical school. So I don't know why that was necessary at that time. I think you and I are both familiar with the UAB Medical School. They certainly have engagement of the medical community, the department, all the groups there. But this statute, for some reason, was passed, and this board hasn't met since 1995.
Since 1995.
Right.
This is not a paid board. This is just through the school.
Yeah. It was a
why
group
are
of,
they
I guess,
asking-
again, we weren't here, but I'm guessing they're thinking we have this medical school. We want physicians to advise them on how to operate the school. Certainly, again, the physician community is certainly involved in their operations today, but this board obviously was not deemed
And this
necessary.
doesn't cost the state any money, doesn't impact the school or anything.
Yeah, there's no penalty for the fact they haven't met in 30 years.
So no one has been seated as a board member or what have you, or since it was, all right. The reason I rose also, listen, we had a repeal of a bill. And of course, I think I have one that was drafted. I just haven't sponsored it in. So I'm looking at now, there are 2 repeals, and especially, and this will be on the next one, and I pray to God I get just a chance to speak on it. And I actually thought I was jumping up for that one. So,
Right.
But since I'm here, it's always a pleasure to see your face. And then since we're talking about the University of Alabama now, I'm gonna say this. Yesterday I got here and I had a situation that came up with a client, and I literally had to sit in the car almost 2 hours dealing with an emergency that arose, and worked out of the car so my voice wouldn't travel on the hallway and stir Dr. Times. Then I found out Nick Saban was in the house. And I'm saying to myself, we have been here. I've been here since 2010. When Auburn, and I've said this before, when Auburn won the national championship, Gene Chizik came here and we celebrated him. Nick Saban has won how many championships, or he won how many championships?
You won 6 at Alabama.
6 at Alabama. And he never thought, and listen, I'm pro Nick. You can't tell me nothing about Nick Saban. You know that. But now yesterday, I was a little disturbed with St. Nick. And the reason why is now, if this man, and although he's no longer at Auburn, been gone. But now, if we had one school at least good enough to at least come and grace us inside the chamber for a joint session, inside the chamber. We have joint sessions in this chamber for a reason. I felt like he should have come in here and he should have addressed us like we've honored other people. And I know, folks can get mad. I don't care about y'all know I don't care. But I know you got a picture with him. I heard you got a picture.
A lot of people had pictures.
You got a lot of pictures with him.
No,
You
I
already have some, and I have some because I have been here so long. I've been invited to the White House.
I'm just holding my tongue because there's an Auburn joke I could make, but I'm not
Lord,
going to make it.
now you ain't gonna get me in the middle of that Auburn joke. You got some. Wait a minute, I got some fans in here for the first time because I said the fact now. So y'all hold with me, loving with me on this one too. Now listen. So now you got a picture, and I have multiple pictures with St. Nick because Alabama won multiple championships, and he went to Washington, D.C. how many times? And I got a chance to go and find Obama. The fine president was up there. Good-looking man. So many championships, they called it, instead of Obama, they were calling him Obama. You know the story because Alabama won so much, but the point is, I don't represent Washington. I represent the state of Alabama. And I feel like if he won 6 championships, I don't care who he is. And he was the highest paid state employee with the highest pension in the state of Alabama, and he couldn't come in this chamber. Make sense. And I feel like if we had a championship team, and I said it before, when Auburn won, his coach obliged, and he came down here. Now, I feel like no state coach is any better than any other coach because we do all we can to fund these schools, and Alabama, Auburn, and UAB is well taken care of above the rest. And I know you do an excellent job as a chairman, but I feel like in that instance, every legislator should have had I'm not talking about a few now. I'm not talking about a select few. And I don't care if the media write a book, a novel, a dissertation, a thesis, or a term paper. I will, before I take it back, I'll add more to it. I've already been blacklisted. I'm fine with being on the blacklist. I ain't never needed a list to get in the room. So with that being said,
you weren't in the meeting yesterday.
I could listen. Yeah. I was good with it.
No. But you missed a really good
session.
It's
always
it was
good.
Really,
I've
really
heard
good.
Nick speak.
Really
I've heard Nick Saban speak before. Listen.
Well, this is Nick and Miss Terry.
I follow him. I listen to his processing of things, dealing with all. Listen, I have no problem with him. I have a problem with the fact that happened, should have been in the chamber. Other folks in the gallery should have been able to see it, and it should have been a bigger event statewide. If we could bring the Oscar winner from Auburn.
War Eagle.
From Auburn, an Oscar-winning actress from Auburn.
Yep.
Miss Lady Octavia Spencer. Mm-hmm. And the governor, everybody made sure this woman left a film set to come here. Now, if we can do all that and Auburn can show up, certainly Alabama can do just a little bit better job. That's all I'm saying. And I know you're the chairman, so I'm rolling that out there to you. So with all the good power you have, and you have a lot of power.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. Somebody told me they told you to come on, make sure you was in that picture. So I know you must have a better degree of power.
I don't know about that.
Come on. I saw you on a few of them. Looking young, you were looking younger than Carvin was, since you said Carvin was.
I actually haven't posted my picture yet, so.
I saw you in a picture.
To come.
Well, you have so many with them, Danny. Listen, I follow you. I'm telling you, I live my life vicariously through you. I told you that before, because you have. When I met you, you had 3 sons. Mm-hmm. It was you, your 3 sons, and your wife. And now when I look at your portfolio, it is absolutely amazing.
God's been good.
To see. But yeah, with that being said, now give me your Auburn joke, because the Auburn folks waiting on.
No. I love
I
Auburn
know,
fans.
the Auburn fans they waiting on you. Lovern was standing behind you. You just didn't know it. So I want to know what don't y'all Auburn fans want to know what the Alabama fan joke was about Auburn?
I forgot.
You did?
It's left me. It's left
Oh,
me.
okay.
I was in the
Well, with
moment.
that being said, great day for the House of Representatives yesterday with Coach Saban coming. Again, I have multiple pictures with him. I'm going to post my good pictures and everything, but I appreciate you. I did want to ask a question, however, about the
Yes.
social work, because that is a very critical department, and I'm not sure why we are
Be happy to discuss that next bill.
repealing that. But I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Jackson of Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Now, I heard you say a board hadn't met in 30 years.
Yeah.
Are there any members of this board?
Pardon?
Are there any members?
No, I think they're not active.
How can you have a board and no members?
It's
It's just something on paper.
Yeah, it was. I don't know that they met again 30 years ago and they haven't met since. And the board.
I mean, when you meet, you organize. You got to have members. Who's the chairman of the board?
I think the lesson learned here is, number one, legislature mandates things to the university that maybe they obviously didn't really need this, because UAB program medical school has grown huge and world class. Second thing is, if you're going to pass legislation, it should have teeth, and obviously this has no teeth because
yes.
Yeah.
Well, how did you find out about this non-committal board?
Again, in our discussions about outcome-based funding, we're talking to universities about, what they can do to improve programs. So they're looking at a lot of the details, and it just surfaced that, hey, here's a board we've required to have in the medical school that we don't have. It's not operating. They haven't met. So just
have they ever had it on? The legislator required them to do this.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They met 30 years ago was the last time.
Well, thank you for. At least there's no waste or no money lost here, is it? That you know of.
I don't think we miss anything because they haven't done anything.
Board members, they can meet by Zoom now.
I guess I don't know.
They don't get travel, but they get participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 151. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 yeas, no nays. HB 151 passes. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 152 by Representative Garrett, relating to the University of Alabama.
Chair
Thank you,
recognizes
Speaker.
Representative Garrett.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that is actually a little bit incorrect in what the synopsis. The synopsis says, or on the calendar it says that this repeals the School of Social Work. This bill does not do that. Again, in our discussions with the universities about how we can improve graduation rates, how we can graduate students into jobs that have high demand, how we can retain those graduates in the state, they're already looking around, and it came to light in looking from the University of Alabama that the legislature has mandated in 1965 the University of Alabama have a standalone School of Social Work. Now, that's the only mandated school in the state. As far as we know, it's the only institution in the country that has a statutory mandate that they have a school with a particular structure. The intention is not to dismantle the social work programs or even the social work school. What we're saying here is repealing the law that they have to be structured this way. If you want to have just some numbers, and I asked, I'm a numbers guy, so I asked for the numbers. And in the School of Social Work, there are 647 students. There are 109 faculty and administrators. So 16% of the number of students are, 16% of that number are faculty administrators. That's the highest number of any other school in the program. It's also the smallest school. 40,000 students at the University of Alabama 647 in this program, and the only reason they have the standalone school, well, not the only reason, but it's mandated. That's why they have the standalone school. Most universities are structured different. The University of Alabama is the leading social work college and program in the state. We need social workers. We need more social workers. And what this bill would do would simply repeal the requirement that they stay structured this way. I had a discussion with the Crimson White reporter. He interviewed me about this bill a couple of weeks ago, and he told me that he had read the initial legislation and that bill set up the reporting structure of this college actually to the trustees. That's unlike what we're doing anywhere else. So here's the deal. This will give the University of Alabama the autonomy and the flexibility and to innovate, do what they need to do with the program. They do not have the desire to decrease social workers. We need more social workers. This just removes the mandate, unlike that's the only one in the whole country, that they have this standalone school. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavand of Jefferson.
Dr. Garrett,
Yes.
how many students are currently in the social work department at the University of Alabama?
There are 329 undergraduate, 318 graduate
Total,
right
now.
Yes. And there are 108 faculty support staff with that group.
And how long has who heads that department?
I do not know. I don't know.
Do we know the demographics of those numbers that are in the social work
I
division?
do not know.
So how will this impact those that are in the social work division once this bill is repealed?
Well, when we repeal this bill, nothing changes. All it says is University of Alabama, you can stay as you are, you can structure as you want. Again, this is going to our outcome-based funding, trying to get more strategy in the way we graduate and in the jobs we fill. They don't have the flexibility to address that in this current structure. This gives them more autonomy and flexibility. So nothing may change. They may change they may change the structure.
Okay,
but that's up to them. We don't tell them how to run anything else. You mentioned Nick Saban. We called Nick Saban as coach. We didn't tell him how to coach and what to do and all that stuff. To me, it's the same analogy. They will have the program. We're just not mandating you have this standalone school for 600 people.
You know, I ain't worried about you telling Nick Saban how to coach, what to coach, who to coach. I was concerned the fact that y'all didn't tell Nick Saban to come in this chamber. Now, that's a whole different story. And I stand 10 toes down on that level of business. And then, like I said, I love St. Nick. Don't get me wrong. I told some folks a few months ago, you can talk about any Nick you want to. It's only one Nick that matters in the state of Alabama, and that's Nick Saban. So with that being said, and then, wait a minute, Nick was cool yesterday, wasn't he? I don't know. Was that a lilac color lavender jacket?
It was purple.
Like a purple? That was that Miami jack. That's that, I know he has that big $250 million house. I said, he brought Miami in here. And I ain't gonna lie, Nick was looking mighty fine now. I'm just gonna tell you. He was looking mighty good. He looked better. He looked better. Got a little extra hair on his head. Nothing wrong with that. But with that being said, Danny, my question is this. The social work, if I want to major in social work and I want to attend the University of Alabama, will I be able to major in social work?
Absolutely.
That's the question.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's the first question. They will have the option, as they already do.
No, they don't. They don't have the option to have, they have to have this current structure. UAB, Auburn, Harvard, everybody else has a different
So they
structure.
can't make any modifications at all to this structure?
Not to the structure, no. The legislature mandated in 1965 that they create this standalone school of social work.
So this will repeal a standalone period, and we will no longer, because most colleges and universities have.
It repeals the requirement that they have a standalone. They may want to have a standalone, but it repeals the requirement.
Okay, so it just repeals the requirement.
And then it's up to, we're going
Up to the university to run the program and.
But
as
if
they see
they're all,
fit.
I guess listen, I don't have a dog in the fight. I guess I'm just, again, you know, I get leery and I get weary when certain bills you all have come. And then this second, third, now repeal that we've had this year. And again, I'm not here. I didn't get elected to come down here to ask you all not to do anything, especially after I see you're not. My job is to reveal what you do. And as I've said, I've done a pretty good job of that. So with that being said, my question is just simply just trying to get the clarity on the repeal itself. And so the faculty, staff, president, all of them have asked you to do this repeal. Of course, I know they have. So help me understand. I just have one last thing. So it has to come through your committee or is this Ways and Means?
Right, yeah, Ways and Means.
Okay, so it comes through. Okay, so my question to you then, and I couldn't remember, when does this go into effect after the execution of the governor's signature?
Is it October 1st or?
Is it this year?
I don't know, let's see. October 1st, 2026.
Okay, so it's 2026. Okay, and then after this, okay, I have the clarity on it. I had one other question. I received several calls. So the question also, I guess, with this is because you said that they can make any modifications. I still don't understand that, how they've existed as a arm, as a division, and not been able to make those modifications. That's above my pay grade, but
The higher ed has a bureaucracy like we have a bureaucracy. I don't understand all the details with that, but the only reason that they have the standalone school in the first place is because we mandated it. Now, they may continue that structure. I would hope whatever they do, we have more than 647 students because we need more social workers than that in the state.
that's my question, and that's why I asked you the numbers, because I thought that sounds like a mighty low number. I was really surprised, and they have how many thousands of students, and you only have
40,000.
40,000 students, and there are only 6. Sounds like they need to really work on revamping that social work department, because when you start, that's why I asked you the demographics, because I was like, that is 600 and something students. And social work, I know at one time was a really, really big field, you know.
Well, this was created initially, my understanding was because we had a critical need for social workers in 1965. Now, we have a critical need for social workers today. The type of social work maybe has evolved. All of that's changed. We have mental health is certainly a big aspect. Now we have the in-home, the hospice, the medical, all of those things going on. But I just know we need more, and that was surprising to me.
Yeah, I was real surprised at that. Okay, well, I just wanted to get the clarity. Those are some of the questions that I received from some of our soon-to-be budding social workers who have an interest in matriculating in the area of higher education at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa. So with that being said, one last thing. You mentioned we had to do this, that we mandated. Do we mandate all of the departments?
We don't mandate anything. This is the only thing we
This was
mandate.
the only one that we mandated. I never knew that.
Of any higher ed institution in the state, and as far as we know, in the country, has a legislature mandated. There may have been one in the country I don't know about, but
That's what I was trying to figure out. Why would we have? I didn't know. I was like, so every state school or that falls within the
because
university?
Auburn has social work and it's in one of their other colleges. UAB has social work in another college, different. And Alabama may just choose to maintain what they've got in this structure, or they may choose they can be more effective in a different way. But right now, they're boxed in by this mandate. Remove the mandate, then now if they can do what they need to do, that's best for the state.
Okay. Well, all right then. Your record has certainly solid gold with me, Danny Gary. I heard that a time or two before in the past.
Okay.
But I'm just glad some of the ones that create those records. And I will refrain until
Appreciate the
such
dialogue and
appropriate
the
time. Thank
questions.
you. I appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Representative Simpson of Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I can't have my time here in the State House because if I go back to my district and I haven't stood up for the University of Alabama, I don't know that I'll get reelected. We can't go after Coach Saban that way. And no, I'm just playing. I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing for the University of Alabama, and roll Tide.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Faulkner of Jefferson.
Representative Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so in explaining this bill to me, the university, this is something that gives the university a little flexibility, as I understand it.
Gives them more autonomy to be innovative over their structure. Gives them more flexibility to do social work programming and have social work graduates that we need in the state.
And maybe allow them a more efficient way to do this?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate, I knew the university thought this was a good idea and would give them more flexibility. And so that's what I found out in looking into it. And, you know, I've had family members in the School of Social Work at the university, maybe even had a scholarship. And so, you know, I think that this is if this is a good thing that the university thinks will help, actually, the School of Social Work and social work programs.
Right.
You know, I think it's I appreciate you bringing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair would like to take a moment and recognize Jennifer Atkins in the gallery with us today. She is the Pike Road Leadership. Ms. Atkins, are you here? Please stand and be recognized. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. She is a guest of Representative Ingram. The chair now recognizes Representative Lands of Madison.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition, and thank you, Representative Garrett. I have a couple of questions, and I heard you just say that it may result in more flexibility, but it's also true that it might not. And so I think in 1965, when the legislation was first enacted, that it was enacted for a reason. And I think not only is that reason still there, but it's even more compelling today with the shortage we have in social workers. I also believe that, and because I'm a licensed professional counselor, I consider social workers kind of like kin, as I told the psychologist this morning when I visited with them. And because we have such a mental health crisis in this country, and particularly in this state at the moment, I just really have no words anymore to say how concerned I am about our children. And I feel like this bill really isn't solving any of the problems that we have in social work. And those problems have to do with there are too few funded positions, the wages are low and do not reflect training or responsibility. There is high turnover and burnout, and a lack of a coordinated workforce development strategy. And these are issues that we should be addressing. From my understanding and what I've been told, that demoting the school to a department could actually result in a dismantling of the department. So in that restructuring, they could actually do away with the school.
You
of
said it
social
could, but it could not.
Right.
Use your words. I mean, I think I'm gonna let you speak, then I'll respond. Yeah.
My understanding from the folks that I've been hearing with is they have concerns that it would dismantle the program. It also could result in a loss of accreditation, and that's very important in these professions. is that we come from accredited schools, because without that, we can't meet licensure requirements. So accreditation risk increases if we pass this legislation. Also, I think the identity and the credibility of the School of Social Work is diminished. I think that it could affect the program identity, the funding, and the visibility. The Alabama School of Social Work has a distinct brand, name, alumni network, and public presence. As a department, it would become just another program inside a larger college. I think this would result in weakening recruitment and fundraising, which is very, very desperately needed. It also means they would no longer have their own dean, and a dean can advocate directly for the university leadership. A department chair has to go through an intermediary dean with dozens of competing priorities. So social work loses its seat at the table. The bottom line is demoting the school is an intentional weakening at the exact moment that Alabama desperately needs more social workers, not fewer. I contend that we need to be focused on the real problems of recruiting, retaining, and better paying our social workers and folks that work in the helping professions and in community mental health. I fear what the future might look like in 5 years if this legislation is passed.
May I respond? May I respond? Yeah. So I have two family members who are social workers, so I understand what you're saying. And again, this bill does not do any of the dismantle, doesn't anything you mentioned. There's a fear. I've talked to some people who are graduates of the program who were concerned about that. But the university is the largest graduate of social workers in the state. They want to continue, want to grow that. And I guess I'm a CFO. I'm a numbers guy. So when I look at the numbers and see out of the 40,000 students, we only have 647. To your point, that's not near enough to what we need. So what the university's position is, this will give them more autonomy, flexibility, allow them to innovate, the type of social workers that we need. All the issues you mentioned are real issues.
Absolutely.
And I think they need, so I don't see the current model with that few number of reach being capable of addressing where we need to go. So again, the university may within the current model have more autonomy and flexibility. This doesn't meddle with that. In fact, we're unmeddling. We're saying university, go for it, but have a social work program that meets the needs of the state, and that's one of our high job demands. So again, I want to make it clear: this bill is not dismantling the School of Social Work. But it's letting the university decide how best to structure and operate that program.
But I believe it has the potential to dismantle. And I understand what you're saying, and I believe your intentions are good, but I come back to unintended consequences, and I'm afraid that this could really disrupt, if not fully dismantle, this program.
I hope whatever the result is, if it's this program, whatever, we have more than 600 people involved in it, because that's not near enough. 300 undergraduate, 300 graduate, that's not.
It's not enough.
Not enough
but
at
the
all.
problem, again, is the fact that we don't pay people very well in this field. And we need people, and the people who work in these fields, as you know, with family members, their heart is in the job. They are there for all the right reasons. And the reason we don't have enough people in these schools right now is because of the fact that we pay these folks less than our teachers with master's degrees. And that is just shameful. And we need to really be addressing the problem here and not trying to do something that would potentially have adverse consequences in the long run. I just have real concerns there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 80 yeas, 8 nays. The BIR is adopted.
That's for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we got a few lights here. Chair recognizes Representative Jones of Mobile. We're going to hear from some new people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
As I listened to what was being discussed as it relates to the School of Social Work,
Can you pull your mic a little bit closer to you?
as I was listening to what was being discussed as it relates to the School of Social Work, the other one, the board that was eliminated right before this, one of the statements you made was that none of us were there. And there were a lot of things going on in the state of Alabama in 1965.
That's true.
And for someone to single out social work being a school at the University of Alabama, there must have been some reason for that. I'm concerned about the reasoning out of the entire legislature who voted to put a school of social work at Alabama in 1965. Do you know what was
No,
the
but
urgency?
do you know what the legislature's intent in 1965 was?
I don't know that, but I
don't
know
either.
this. I know that no other school in the state was mandated to have a school of social work. There had to be some rationale that's not been discussed here.
You and I weren't around for that, but what I'm telling you, what I told you was this: this is the only school mandated by the legislature. There are social work programs all over the country that are larger, that are more effective than what we are in our reach here. We have in the state right now, and this came about as our discussion of outcome-based funding, and this is the university will give the university more autonomy, more flexibility to innovate, and I think respond to the needs we have in the state for social workers.
But it actually demotes them from a school to a department.
This doesn't do that. This bill does not do that.
Well, so you're telling me there's the same difference between a department and a school at University of Alabama?
I don't understand what you're saying. This bill, all this bill does is say, University of Alabama, you can decide how best to structure your social work programs.
No, what it
You don't
says-
have to do it the way we tell you to do it.
What it says to me is that the social work school will now become just a department. That's what the bill says.
That's not what this
Well,
bill
what would
does.
it be then? If it's not a school anymore, what is it? At the university.
Who says it's not going to be a school? This removes the mandate they have a school.
Well, why would we remove the mandate if it's still going to be a
Because
school?
we don't mandate any other school in any college.
I suggest to you that there was a clear reason why this was done. That part of the discussion we don't have because, like you said, we weren't there. But we have, City of Mobile, have a pretty good relationship with what took place in Alabama during the 60s. I'm sure you remember a lady named Vivian Malone.
Sure.
Okay.
I
So
actually-
we kind of look at things like this real closely. And I don't know if anyone here knows why, but for some reason, the legislature of Alabama decided that it should be mandated that the University of Alabama have a school of social work. No other university is what you said.
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you think that happened?
Again, I wasn't here. I don't have any idea. I don't know. I don't know what the mindset of that body. I don't know what the mindset of that body was that day.
I know what the mindset of the body was.
Yeah.
But look, what I'm really trying to say here is that there's a difference between a school and a department. There's a difference between their ability.
Should we mandate that all the other universities in the state create separate schools of social work?
Well, all the other schools in the state may not need that mandate at the time. All the other,
No, but we're talking about 2026. Should we mandate to all the schools in the state that they do the same thing?
No.
And not only with social work, but any other. I think that's up to the
What I would
universities
mandate
to
is
do.
to leave them alone.
Well, I think that's what we're trying to do is leave them alone. We're trying to say you operate your university the best way you see fit to meet the needs.
There are a lot of things that probably should be repealed. And we've repealed a lot of things that happened in the 60s. You know, we're not talking about 2026. We're talking about when this happened. And
No,
that's
I'm,
what it
no, no,
happened.
no, 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 I'm talking about where we are today, 40,000 students. We have 600 students out of 40,000, and we're requiring them that model. If they want to keep that model, that's fine. That's up to them. But for us to mandate, we don't do that with any other school, nor would you support, if I brought a bill to say we're going to create mandate, I don't think you would support that. I wouldn't bring that bill, because that's to me, overreach.
I'm more concerned about the reason for the mandate.
Well, I've explained, the reason for the mandate, that's
That's what I'm concerned about. And you know,
I'm more concerned about that we have effective social workers in the state, and I don't think this is near enough. If I were the, but I'm not. This is not my decision. But when I looked, I asked for the details and the numbers. When I got that, I thought, I'd be asking the same thing, probably want more flexibility.
I know you're not arguing that the reason we don't have the social workers is because the school of social work.
I don't know the reason we don't. I don't know. I'm not arguing we are or we don't. I don't know.
One of the reasons is that we don't associate them with workforce. They should probably be a part of
We
all
should.
the workforce.
We
They
should.
should be
We should.
associated with it, and they're not. So there are a lot of things that could be done to increase the number of social workers we have, but in my judgment, repealing the school is not one of them.
Well, again, we're not repealing the school. That's not what this bill does.
So, okay, once we pass this law, they'll still have the School of Social Work? Is that what you suggest?
Yep.
You think so?
They will still. No, I know they will. Until they will certainly still have the School of Social Work. Now, going forward, they may reevaluate and decide to do something different. But and certainly until October 1st, nothing's going to change, and it may not change after that. But we're just not mandated. All this does is repeal the mandate.
As Representative Land said earlier, that is certainly an area we need to be putting the emphasis on, the need for social workers in this state in various areas.
True.
We have a shortage in all areas, and I'm just concerned that this action could make that worse rather than better. And I don't know what they plan to do. As you said, you're saying if we pass this,
I believe there's a lot of opportunity based on the numbers I see to get better. That's what I believe. But
so let me ask you this: did the University of Alabama ask you to repeal this?
in our conversations about outcome-based funding and about the meeting the demands and whatnot, it came up, and they are supportive. They are supporting of this because it gives them more autonomy and flexibility over the innovation of the curriculum and the programs in the social work area.
So this is the wish of the University of South
Sorry?
Alabama. These are the wishes of the University
They are
of South
supportive
Alabama.
of this. Yes.
They're supportive.
Yes.
It was their idea.
Yeah.
Well,
But again, they're responding to us saying, we need you to have more in the workforce. We need to have a better, we're going to measure you on outcomes. I think that's how this surfaced.
and that title affects that?
Pardon?
That title, School of Social Work, affects
The
that?
title doesn't, but I think the fact that what goes on in the programming and the number of graduates, I would think they might be able to improve that if they had a little more autonomy.
So,
Because right now they don't. We're mandating you do it this way.
well, if we repeal this, did they suggest to you what they could do better to increase the
No,
number?
they
of
didn't.
social
They didn't suggest that they would or would not do anything. But it's just right now nothing's. They can't even discuss it or evaluate it because we have this mandate.
Well, let me just say that
I will say this: they told me they want to be continue to be the premier social work program in the state, and want to increase the number of social workers that come out through their programs.
when we start repealing things that happen to change some things that happen in the city, my eyes and ears
Sure, I understand
just
that.
perk up.
And I understand that.
So
understand
I
that.
was really interested in what was the initial reason or urgency to establishing the School of Social Work. That's
I understand and appreciate that.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Clark of Mobile. Chair would like to represent a special guest in the gallery, Dr. Marcy Smiley from Perry County Superintendent. The guest is Representative Prince Chestnut. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how are you this morning?
Great. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. You said that the university is boxed in by this current law, I think was the term that you used.
Well, that was my term. We have a mandate that you, as we know, it's not you may. We've told them you shall do this. So I would consider on their end, if you told me I shall do this, that means I have to do it.
So does that present a problem? Is there a problem currently that this law has caused the university?
I'm sorry?
Is there a problem? Did something happen? Did something occur?
No, not to my knowledge. What I'm looking at are numbers that suggest to me they want to improve those numbers.
So you think the law is preventing them from improving those numbers? Is it pigeonholing them? I just don't get it. What is it that the university cannot do to improve those numbers?
I don't know the answer except that that every other major university in the state and across the country, many of them don't have this structure. And so they don't have the flexibility to evaluate. One size doesn't fit all, right? So for them to have the structure they need to do better and meet the needs of social work community and those and graduates, they may.
It is just hard for me to believe that there is anything that is preventing the university from doing all that is within its power to increase those numbers. I just don't see that this law is pigeonholing them in that way.
Again, the CW reporter, and I don't know this for a fact, but told me that the way the law was originally written, the school was actually accountable to the trustees. So that bureaucracy, if that's true, that bureaucracy would present some challenges. But I can tell you the trustees are not managing the School of Social Work. I mean, that's not going on. So I don't know the answer to your question. You're asking, all I know is I would hope we would do better than these numbers that I'm seeing.
That we would do better than, I'm sorry.
These numbers that I'm seeing here. That out of 40,000 students, we only have 300 undergraduates in the School of Social Work. And yet we're requiring them to maintain a separate school. I don't know. Again, I haven't evaluated. It won't be my job to evaluate, but the university should have the ability to evaluate
with it being
that.
a separate school, is it being neglected?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I just know that we need more social workers, and
I think
this would give them
Representative Land, talked about some of the reasons why we don't have more people. It's the same as why we don't have more educators. We need to pay them better. Is the biggest problem that we see. They put in social workers like teachers, put in long hours, and we just don't pay them sufficiently for the amount of work and dedication that they put into their professions. Would you not agree with that?
Again, I have two siblings that are social workers, so I understand.
So you have to, you know that to be true. So it would seem that we would do something to try to improve their pay scale to attract more people to the profession. Yes?
I agree.
I just cannot understand that the university is not doing all that is within its power, that this law is preventing them from doing more. You said that if
we're all
I'm
giving you my opinion. I don't know, because, and again, it's not, it really shouldn't be our decision how the university operates within itself, any university, how they structure or operate their programs. I'm not giving you my opinion, but all I'm saying is that all this does is remove the mandate for the one school that we require in the whole state at the one campus.
Is it causing a problem that having that status? Is it causing a problem on campus?
Not that I'm aware.
So to me, if it ain't broke, you know that saying, if it ain't broke.
I would, again, looking at the numbers that I see, I would think there's plenty of room for improvement. But this just gives the university ability. They may reach the conclusion this is the best we can do, and leave it alone. Whatever they may decide, there's a better way to do it, like they've done it at UAB, at the way Auburn does it, the way again other universities do it. I don't know.
I just don't see that this is the answer. I hope that the university is looking for other ways to help increase enrollment in the social work program. And that
what we're doing is giving them the ability to do what they feel like they need to do, and maybe with this structure, maybe apart from the structure, but it's their decision, not ours.
and do they really feel that they don't have that ability right now, that authority right now?
I do believe the bureaucracy is an issue. I do.
Do you know who is causing that problem?
I'm not saying there's a problem.
But bureaucracy
assuming,
is a problem.
Pardon?
I said, but bureaucracy is or can
Bureaucracy
be a
is a problem down here. Bureaucracy is a problem everywhere. I mean, I get that. You know, that's a frustration I have with a lot of what we want to do. Is we hit the bureaucratic wall. All we're doing is removing a mandate, and it's then their decision to continue or to change. And hopefully, if they're going to benefit from outcome-based funding, they would change in a way that meets the job demands of the state.
I really wish we had more answers. I just don't see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Rafferty of Jefferson. And while he's making his way down to the well, I'd like to recognize a special guest in the gallery, Samita Jeter, the superintendent of Lowndes County Public Schools. She is a guest of Representative Lawrence and Representative McClammy. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives.
Thank you for the recognition. How are you, Chairman?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. So, do you yield?
Yes.
I think we've talked a little bit about this bill already. I know that many of my constituents who are practicing social workers, who are social work professors, who have or work in clinical social work or social work research, are pretty skeptical of this bill for a variety of reasons. I've heard multiple ones. But I want to start this all off with, I trust you. I know where your heart is. I know that what you say is gold. So I want to stay very clear on that before we get here.
Thank you.
So I guess I'm going to kind of reiterate the question that a few of my colleagues have already asked, and that is, what is the real urgency to get this done? My understanding with this bill is that there's no real move or desire to shift it right into the College of Arts and Sciences, for instance. So what is the sudden urgency to get this done?
Well, again, it came about as our discussion with outcome-based funding, which is an urgent issue and something new we're doing as a legislature, potentially. The university is very interested in that. And I'm a logical person. Look and say this is the only school we mandate. That's not logical to me.
Right. What are some of the metrics on that outcome-based funding?
Sorry?
What are some of the metrics for outcome?
We have it. So what we've agreed to do, just like we did with the RAISE Act, we put money on top of the foundation program to address student needs. We wanted more money to go to schools that had poverty, had ELL issues, special needs, things like that.
Okay.
With the outcome-based funding, we have a pot of money from the reserve fund that would go on top of what they're currently getting.
Okay.
And that would be eligible for universities to get that additional funding if they meet certain metrics. And each metric would be different for each university. So we would sit down with each university and determine what are the needs we need in the state. Because in other words, we do know broadly we want more first-generation students. We want more students to graduate and stay in the state. We want students to be in degrees that have emphasis on degrees that meet the job demands of the state.
Okay, so
those will be individually determined.
So a lot of
with
those
each
outcomes will
university.
be based off of those degrees, with the essential research component that the universities and schools of social work do remain intact and remain independent.
In the research universities, we have some research universities in the state, and those research universities.
University of Alabama is definitely one of them.
Right, and one of their metrics presumably will be their ability to get research and draw down federal money. So in other words, we want you to, we want to incent the things that are going to address the needs we have in the state and also keep more graduates in the state. So the research universities, that research will continue, and we want to incent research and innovation, particularly if you can draw down federal money. We want to help do that. So if on outcome-based funding, that money is available, and if you hit those metrics, you get that funding. If you don't, you don't get the extra money.
But that's through the state, though. Is that what you're saying, or are you talking about through the federal government on that?
Yeah, right.
Okay. I know that we were talking about why the school social work was created by statute in the 60s. Is there any possibility that had to do with just kind of maintaining their own independence, their own curriculum, and making sure that social workers were in charge of training other social workers, folks that have been in that field?
I don't know. I don't know what the legislative mindset was in 1965.
Right. Okay. You said some innovations here. I'm curious about and that I keep hearing you kind of say that this will kind of clear the path, allow for more innovation to happen. And I'm wanting to know kind of what do you mean by innovation?
I don't know. I mean, I can speculate, and I may be wrong in my speculation. A lot of people speculate today about.
Sure.
For example, from my business background, it may be that a collaboration with another school or another group or and that maybe collaboration with partners might be easier in a different structure. Maybe not. I don't know. But I can see where that could be impeded by having a structure that doesn't share that. Does that make sense? I mean,
right. It does.
And that's that's just, again, that's out of my head. I don't know if it's true or not. But I can see where all this does is give them the flexibility.
Well, you say flexibility, but it can also be erasability, right? It can also be changeability. It can also be
I hope we do
this.
change, because I hope we have something more effective than what we see.
Here's the thing with social work. I mean, social work deals with a lot of things that perhaps have been up for debate because they're maybe considered divisive concepts, such as social determinants of health, racial inequities in healthcare. These things that have all of a sudden become super politicized, and things and real issues that are affecting Alabama that we need to address directly. So there's a lot of skepticism about this bill, why it's already on the calendar, why we got to get through now, what are the plans for social work. All we have is this idea that we're going to go through and make sure just get rid of the statutory requirement. And I understand your justification, and like I said, I know where your heart is, but the unintended consequences of this can be dire, particularly since just this past summer, the federal professional degree reclassification took effect, removing social work as a professional degree. I don't know what the move is there, but there's something that people are feeling, particularly folks that operate in and have these jobs and these careers and these vocations, these callings to help other people. And there's concern about what is actually going on. And I think that's a lot of where my constituents are coming from when they're asking what is going on, why is it moving so fast? Has there been stakeholder input from the Board of Social Work examiners? Has there been board of input from social work researchers, from social work practitioners, licensed clinical social workers? I mean, have you gotten feedback from them? Because all the feedback I'm getting from my friends and family that are professional social workers is that this is putting them on edge. This bill is putting them on edge big time. I understand you want to keep the profession, but what we don't want to get is political interference into a very important curriculum that deals with stuff that might make some people in this chamber feel uncomfortable. because they're the realities and they have consequences and there's real facts that are going into this. The things I'm talking about, racial disparities in healthcare, is real. There's no doubt about that. The problems with maternal health care here in this state are multifaceted, but it certainly has to deal with race and geography as well. These are facts, and this is what we're afraid is trying to be erased or restricted or pulled back by removing their kind of autonomy that they have established in the statute here. So this, I'm not going to take any more of your time, but I'm happy to hear any response you got.
I would just say
I'm saying there.
the reason for urgency is because we're down here for 30 days and we have to move legislation. Your question is, has there been input? It's just like with outcome-based funding with the RAISE Act. We had to put something out there, and then we had dialogue with everyone. In RAISE Act, we specifically targeted some of those groups you're talking about.
Yeah.
So I think the time for evaluation, this would give them the opportunity to evaluate those things. I'm sure there'll be a lot of parties to the table to discuss those issues, but all we're doing is giving the ability to remove this mandate so they can have those discussions, make those decisions, and that's the best I can say.
I understand. Like I said, Representative, you are my friend, you are my neighbor. I've known you a long time. I trust you, and I trust what your intentions are here. You just got to understand why I got a lot of folks in my district that are very nervous about it.
I've spoken with several of your constituents,
Yeah,
and I haven't said this too, but I actually have spoken with a couple of retired social work professors about this, and they were comfortable. I told that to one of your constituents. Said, "Well, I've talked to a couple, and they were not comfortable." So I guess I get that, but I appreciate your comments and your discussion before.
Well, I hope we can work together moving forward, making sure that social work remains social work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Travis of Hale County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity here to chat with you about this because as a University of Alabama graduate and definitely alumni, and I always want to make sure, and I have some friends, fraternity brothers who have actually graduated from school. I have one fraternity brother who, him and his wife have did $100,000 endowment at the University of Alabama School of Social Work for other students and veterans to participate in it. So he's graduated out. He retired from the Army as ranking major, and so he felt the value of what it had did for his career. And then as I did some research, dealing with, they said the reason it was created is that back in 1965 we had a lack of social workers.
Right.
But I think of the problems, like Bryce Hospital, the Partlow Hospital at the time, that was a great need, and in many areas, even today, as we talked about, there's still needs for social work. We begin to see them a lot more now in our school system. We see them in the hospital. But the problem I think that exists with social work is that it's one of those fields that it usually requires for someone to really get employed and to have money to really do well. It needs a graduate degree, which causes a lot of students, who are not financially ready to do that second degree to get that money to go in. It causes them not to participate. And my thought process is that, it's if we go do this, and the reason it was created in 1965, and we still have a needs, because I think now we're seeing a lot more. I know even police departments and stuff like that are using social workers to try to help address some of our dire needs. With this being removed, I'm hoping that this will help generate more language and more efforts by the University of Alabama, as you said, if we want to do to make sure we increases these numbers, because there's fields that, and I know colleges will move around and do stuff based upon the needs, because if you don't have the students being turned out, then that means usually you don't have people going into the graduate degrees and the faculty degrees where they can actually teach the fields. And so then you get into that list of what do we do? We're going to close the program. And that's the big concern that I raise right now with it, because we are now taking where it was a big problem then, and now we said we made some increases, but we still got a problem. The issue is what, in my thought process, I would have felt rather this being reviewed is that somebody would have came and said, look, this is what we have did, this is what we need to do and discontinue and stuff like that, rather than being, built on outcome based and everything. Because I think, social workers, I see the area of social workers in education in our school systems, college systems, having the same problems. People look at those careers and they weight, what their incomes is, and they say, well, I can't make any money. It's not worth me going to college for this, and we need them and everything. And I think that's the area that we got to figure out, how do we meet those needs, because we need them as the state. But income search, and I said all the time, I'm one of those advocates about education, about teachers, where we pay teachers, and we say, well, we pay them to do it, but then when you compare what they make versus what other students make, and of course we want smart students and other, top of the line students to get in those careers because we need them. But if the decisions being made when they start looking at it from an economic level, I need to go in this other career. It's not enough money. And we had that same thing happen in the medical career. When people come out as doctors, they all, when they reach that level, when they want specialize, we always say we want some family medical doctors, but when they hit that specialist standpoint, radiology and all these things, you start looking at them. Well, hey, I got student loans and stuff like that. If I go this route versus this route, look how much more money I can make. But still, we need family medical doctors. That's that first line of defense. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the question that I bring, on this issue and everything, is what do we do to help encourage, and I know this is a positive thing and see it, but my issue is still to the university and all, what are we going to do, to help make those choices that students will say, I will go into it, I need it, like my fraternity, Brother Shamlin did, they made a $100,000 commitment and endowed scholarship, which is big, and which he was saying this is what helped and where my commitment were. What else are we going to do to try to make sure, that we have those opportunities available for students and everything to go into that department? And that's, I have a young man who graduated from my church. He lost his mom in the 12th grade, went on, graduated from the University of Alabama School of Social Work, actually working with the Northport Police Department, stuff like that. So people, as you said, we know the needs, but and hopefully, as you said, Chris, get it on the mic here that they're saying, they're not going to do away with it, but what do we do to keep that commitment to meet the needs? Because if it was a need back then, we see it's even a greater need now.
It's a greater need and probably a different need, expanded need.
Exactly.
We have a lot of different.
Right.
And the other thing I'll say too on this outcome-based funding discussion, we're looking at, the challenges of universities. Why does it take 4 years to get a degree? Because part of the problem as you described there is the cost of getting a degree.
Right.
The student loans, that whole issue is, now with dual enrollment and other things, we can, and even maybe with the curriculum to get a degree in general, maybe 4 years is great for some. For some people, you can do it in 3. A lot of people do it with dual enrollment. They're graduating in 3 years. But the issue is, I think we have to do what we want to make sure that people have all those different paths, whether it be career tech, community college, 4-year degree, or a college, higher ed degree. Maybe not 4 year, maybe be 4 year, maybe 3 year, whatever. But we want to help get those people into the workforce, and the affordability part of it is the cost of education. So I think all that we're trying to work through, and outcome-based funding will hopefully address some of those, give some incentives for us to make some improvements collectively.
Well, and I agree, because as you say, in that regard, but one of the things that I was thinking, that hopefully maybe that the school look at that, along that pathway, as you said, that they can find out where, not only that they can do, find out as course and come with a graduate degree also at the same time. Because, when I did my advanced work in engineering, oftentimes You know, it may be, we may be taking the same course, but I may do a different project to it and everything, you know, along that level and everything. Like, it may be a 488 level engineering course, but then I may be taking it as a 488 senior, 588 graduate, same course, but I have a different project on that. And I'm just hopefully that schools will look at, well, you know, why are we doing this? Because it's a need, and we know they need to have a master's. Let's see what we can do to help make that and advance that and move that along quickly, so that, you know, while we can get them a bachelor's and master's all completed instead of a 5-year time frame and stuff like that, so that students will feel that it's economically for, you know, for us to be able to come and, you know, and go to school and graduate from a, you know, with a BS in BS masters in, because I do know, and I've had other relatives, I know one that worked at UAB, graduated from Jacksonville State University, came to University of Alabama, you know, working part-time and got a master's and everything, and working, you know, and she's worked always at the hospital system, Druid City, UAB, and it's a great need. And that's what I'm saying, you know, we along that line, hopefully we can figure out and find ways to make sure that happens and everything. Because just if it was required and it was a big need then, we see it need now, and I just don't think we need to, you know, walk away from making sure that we are still meeting those needs, and we shouldn't look at everything just based upon, you know, that this is the outcome that we're getting, but we need to be focused on, you know, what we need and everything.
Yes.
I appreciate your time.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Morris of Montgomery.
Thank you. With the gentleman here.
Absolutely.
Pistol. You don't come often to the floor, so I told you a long time ago when they want something major done, they bring out the big guns, don't they? Yeah, they bring out the big guns. We get ready. So I've listened to you talk about a lot of flexibility. What are some of the things that they can't do now? What legislation did we put in place, policies that shape social work as it is today, that they can't do, that they want to do?
I don't know. We just told them you have to have the school, this structure of a school, a standalone school, and we didn't mandate anybody else do it, and nobody else does it that way. So
I understand that part, but like a lot of times the rules and laws were put in place for a reason. So for some of us, we just want to know what was actually put in place that they cannot do, like the flexibility that they want to have. They are not flexible now,
Yeah.
but what policies are put in place that's hindering them from doing what it is that they want to do to progress?
I don't know. I don't know.
So we are not sure if they don't have any flexibility.
Well, no, I know you're asking me for specifics. I don't know. They haven't told me here's all the problems. What discussions I've had is we can't really do anything about that whole area because we're mandated to have a program like a standalone school as it is.
So,
But I can just imagine that is probably a bureaucracy that they might not otherwise have to deal with. I mean, even if you kept a school standalone, knowing that there may be some flexibility within that to do other things. I don't know. I don't know the higher ed bureaucracy, but I know that this will give them more flexibility to
but
address
see,
the needs.
The problem is you keep saying flexibility, then we asking you, like, what type of flexibility? What is hindering them? It's like
The university
don't
is telling me they support this because it gives them additional autonomy and flexibility and to innovate and to meet the demand. So I don't know.
I mean, that's the problem I'm having, to innovate. What is preventing them now from any type of innovation, any type of growth, any type of growing the student body? What is going to actually happen when
I don't know, but what's going to happen if we tell them you can do what you don't have to do it this way? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess the issue is we have just inserted ourselves into this. We did years ago for a reason. Now it's 60-something years later. The whole world is different. They think they could.
I get that. I understand that. The only thing is we are creating or repealing a law that was put in place without any substance. All we are getting is they can have flexibility. They get to revamp, and we don't know what that looked like. We don't know what the past law was to the current, it is.
Nor do you know what's going on in any other university who's changing and revamping or modifying their programs. We don't know. We don't know. They don't have to report. They're able to do that without.
But with this one, they have a law specific for the University of Alabama.
Right.
So with them having that, what are we doing in this law that hinders them from growing, that they don't need a standalone school? That's all I just want to know. What is the...
They may keep the standalone school. It'll be their choice, not our choice, not our demand. It'll be their choice, not our demand.
Okay, so now they have a choice. So what about the social workers? Have you talked to the dean of social work or
No.
any of the social workers in that department, any of the educators in that department? It's just who?
I've talked to anybody who's called me, and I don't think any of them have called me, but anybody who's called me, I've spoken to on the phone or responded by email. I've not talked to them. I did reach out to a few retired professors that I knew, but I've tried to be available and talk to anybody who has called me.
No, I'm trying to figure out, like, how did the bill come about? Because if you got
I mentioned because the bill came about because in our discussions about going to outcome-based funding and what all that means at a higher level to try to figure out, what that might mean, it came about. The universities are saying, they have different issues, and the University of Alabama had the two issues. Well, we've got these two, this one board that doesn't meet. We'd like to, and this was we have a mandate. Nobody else has it. So we'd like to remove that mandate so we can run that program as we see best, whatever that means. There may be maybe a hybrid option, maybe this current option, a hybrid option, something different. Maybe, I don't know. But right now, that's how it came about, was the discussion of us talking about funding education going forward and wanting more success in retaining graduates in fields of study that we need, jobs we need in the state.
So if we change this, are you saying that, because I heard you say that, something about the graduation rates and leading in the state in two separate conversations. So I heard you say that we only have maybe like 600 students.
There's 329 undergraduate and 318 graduate students.
So how would, I can't even ask you, how would this actually affect them, or how would this change the school? How would this change the outcome?
This bill doesn't change anything.
It's changing something.
No, this bill, all it changes is tells the university you can operate this program as you see fit, like you do every other program you have. You don't have to do it the way we told you to 60 years ago. We didn't tell them all the specifics. We just said you have to have this standalone school. And we did not do that to any other school or college down there or anywhere. All this does is remove that mandate. They may keep it, they may modify it. I don't know.
So would this give them the ability to do away with?
Yeah, just like they can do. They could do away with School of Accounting if they wanted to.
Okay, but we know what type of climate we're in. We're just not going to skip past it. We're not going to skip past the climate, right? The climate that we are in. So I don't think they'll try to get rid of the School of Accounting, but I'm asking.
No, the university has told me we want to continue to be we want to be the leading school, social work program, graduate program in the state. They want to continue to grow that and expand that. And again, I think they're sincere about that. We have so many needs, and some of the needs we have are tied to the issues that Representative Travis talked about. And so I think, I've got no indication from them that they want to diminish the social work program.
Okay, so what about the employees? What's going to happen to the employees?
Nothing happens as a result of this bill.
So we're not going to get flooded with calls about termination of.
This bill doesn't terminate anybody.
It doesn't terminate, but it gives, because we don't know what's in the previous law, so we can't argue what it is that is overturning. Something is being repealed. And I know you're saying
it's
that
real
it's
simple.
just taking it away from a standalone school.
No, it's repealing a mandate that they have to have the standalone school. We remove that mandate. Rather than say you shall do this, we're going to, is in effect saying you may do this.
Okay, we're going to,
yeah,
we'll see. And I'm going to come and see you now. All right.
Anytime.
All right. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Chair recognizes Representative Lee of Houston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that what everybody tends to forget is what the changes have made over the last 60 years. There are more needs. There are more things that are playing into the need of a different type of education for the same reason, but to fit the needs that are today. I think what this does, it opens the door up for them to be able to be a better opportunity for them to fit the bigger needs that we have today than we did 60 years ago. So this is an opportunity. It's not closing doors, it's opening the doors wide open.
I agree.
So thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson. The chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson. Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Body, we ought to follow protocol. We should not, the speaker should not have the right. I'm going to call on who I want to call on. Historically, we have operated from a perspective that when people lights came on, that's the order that we called them. Right is right, and it don't wrong nobody. Representative, when you're talking about the structure that was put in place for a standalone school, does that section of the code say that they have their own board of directors? Since people say they can't do anything to the school of social work, do they have their own board of directors? Is that why the main board of directors don't have?
I don't believe they have this on board of directors. No.
Okay.
I think they are. I think that the school is accountable to the board of trustees.
Okay, so with the board of trustees, what's the issue? That the board of trustees are the only ones that have any say-so to how the school operates? Because what I've heard you say is that somebody at the school wants to have the authority to make decisions on how it operates, but the structure that was put in place by the code prevents anybody but the trustees from having a say-so. So is there some disagreement between the board of trustees?
Well, first of all, I don't know that what you said is totally accurate. It may not. It may be. It may be
I'm
inaccurate.
asking you a question.
But yeah. So, but I think.
No, what I'm asking, since you say
there's no issue. There's no issue. I'm aware. But here's the deal. You have a structure.
So what is the structure that they don't want?
I think what they are concerned, or what the issue is, you've got a structure, and everybody's in that structure, and then
Tell
over
me
here.
the structure.
Well, you have colleges. The university has colleges and schools.
But this standalone school, tell me
But they're
the structure.
they're mandated. Everybody else.
You would like for it just to be a department?
No, I would like for it not to
It
be.
doesn't make sense that somebody's upset because it is a standalone school, yet and still the same people that make the decisions for the overall school make the decision for this standalone school itself. I don't understand why there isn't any flexibility.
I don't understand why we today want
just
to why do we want to mandate that school?
I can't understand why that's a problem with you. We mandate everything.
Wow.
The other day we mandate children can't be on computers but so many hours of the day, when in our school system, especially when the weather is bad or something else, they're on that computer all day at home, but we just told them, you can't do that. We mandated that, and that's going to impact you. The chairman of the Education Trust Fund didn't say a word about the way we teach our children using electronic devices, when it was our fault that they went to electronic devices because we weren't purchasing enough books and materials for them to use. Then one person comes up and says, I went to 20 schools system, so now we want to do this differently. I don't understand why it's necessary. If the people who control the University of Alabama departments are also the ones that control this standalone school, I can't see why everybody's upset because it's a standalone school. Because if you still got the same people calling the shots, that should not be an issue, because the people that make the decisions for the whole school of the University of Alabama are also the people who are making the decision from this standalone school versus a department of the University of Alabama. I can't see that. So what I have heard rumors, though, I have heard rumors that this is the only way you can get rid of that person who heads that school. That's the rumor. Because other than that, everything I've heard, Mr. Garrett, does not make sense. That you're uptight when the same people who are controlling the University of Alabama control this standalone school. They're the ones who make the decision about staffing. They make the decision about how the curriculum is presented. They decide the whole thing. So nothing like that is going to change, except that it's no longer a standalone school versus it being a department of the University of Alabama. I don't understand that. And I can't get a structure that would tell me that there's a different board that controls it, that this standalone school has a different budget and somebody else is managing that budget. You're not telling me that somebody else says when the doors are open, when the doors are closed, but everything goes back to the same board that controls the whole school. I don't understand that. Now, I understand with the rumors make sense. If the rumors are true and they make sense, and I understand this is the only way they can get rid of that person, is that we come back and say the school does not exist as standalone, but when you come back and say it still might be a standalone school. So why would we go through and speak and talk all day trying to get an understanding when you say even after we repeal the code that put it in place, it still could turn around and say I'm a school of social work? You said that could still come back and be. So why are we going through this exercise for this particular bill when we got some other ones that probably do make some changes? Because you said it's a possibility that absolutely nothing will change.
True.
So why are we going through this? And being in a mandate is that, I know one of our speakers when your party came into being the leader of the legislature, said we dare defend our right. So I got a right to be upset because this is a standalone school. That's my right to change it from a standalone school, but it still could be a school. I don't understand. That's not rational thinking. And it's just with the process that you're putting in place. It bothers me we said nothing might change. So why are we standing here doing this? Can't we just appeal that? We ain't got to, do we have to appeal the whole code in order to get down to say it's no longer mandatory? Could we take that word like we take shall and we take may, could be out of bills all the time? So why not come back and just say it's no longer mandatory? Do we have to scrape the whole code to do that? That's all, and that, because it's bothering me.
What's the difference in saying it's not mandatory and
But
removing
I don't
the
know
bill?
what else is in the code.
It's not-
And
it's
when
just-
I ask you, when I read the bill, it doesn't tell me how the current code read per se. It's saying that we're repealing this whole process that took place in 1965. Yet, on the other hand, everything that's in place today could very well be in place tomorrow, except that I am now satisfied that it's no longer mandate, so I feel better. But you could continue doing what you've been doing. To me, that is illogical. Because you said everything could still be the same, or it could not
It's
be
just
the same.
their decision, not ours. All it does is it
Does it
removes
have
the-
to be our decision? It was our decision in 1965.
Yeah.
Whoever was here.
And again,
So do
I
we
don't think
have
any-
a habit?
I don't think anybody's upset. I think it's just
Well,
an
if-
anomaly to the structure that they have everywhere
Why?
else.
Have you gone through every school and looked at every department, everything to see
I know
how
that we
it's
don't
structured?
mandate like we do here.
So why is it a problem? Because you say it still could be the
Because
same thing.
because it's
So
just
it's a problem
it's an
with-
anomaly to the structure.
If I
60
tell
years
you
later.
it shall be, you don't like shall be. But if I come back and say it may be, that gives you some option. And you feel better, whomever it is, feel better by saying that. But right now, as the school is structured, it's still operating. And then tomorrow or next week or whenever this bill goes through the Senate and the governor sign it, it still could have the same identical
Right.
structure without the word shall.
But if they wanted to change it down the road, they could.
The time has expired. The
Thank
chair
you.
recognizes Representative Jackson Clark. And while he's making his way down, the chair would like to recognize Isabella Fogel, who's a special guest in the gallery. She's in the 7th grade here for school choice. Lives in Representative Rafferty's district. Isabella, welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. She is also the daughter of April Marie Fogel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. But, Ingram. None of this stuff is making any sense here. Now, Representative Moore brought out the rumors that she've heard. The school was established by the legislature in 1965. What? You're going to take away the opportunity for the school to exist under your bill, but you say it's not going to change anything. Now, I'm still trying to make sense of this stuff. I've been here a while. School of Engineers or School of Engineers, not a Department of Engineering, right?
You're asking me. I don't know whatever they have because they decided to have it.
So you got the School of Social Work, School of Engineering, School of Architect. They're not the Department of Architect, it's the School of Architect.
University of Alabama doesn't have a school of architecture.
Well, they got engineering.
They have engineering.
Do they have business at
They do.
University? School of Business Administration?
I'm a graduate of that school.
Oh, so it wasn't a department, it was a school.
It was a college back in my day.
College
yeah.
and the universities, all these, that's what makes the university university. All the colleges are involved in the university. That's what makes it under the same umbrella. Board of Trustees operate a regency and they work under their one order. But now you want to get rid of the order. because she said she heard a rumor.
I've not heard any rumors.
The head of
I have
department.
I don't know anything that's not been mentioned to me. Don't know anything about that.
I heard it's too woke. Now, too WOKE woke. You understand?
Haven't heard that. You know, I hope you know me. I'm a financial person. I'm a structure person. I'm just trying to accommodate a structure that makes sense in 2026.
Okay, how much money is not making sense for that school to exist as a school?
Say again.
How much money is being involved in that school, since you're a financial person, that make the school exist as a school? Put it in an apartment rather than a school. That mean that they have no seat at the table when it comes to budgeting. It means they got to go buy somebody else's.
Well, now you're just. I'm not gonna count.
I'm
I'll
just
let
asking
you speak.
questions. I'm asking.
No, I've told you all I know. Really, that they're not. This gives university flexibility to have that program structured the way that they see best to meet the needs of the state and the needs of their students. And this is the only place where
university can't do that now.
No, they have to do it the way we've told them to do it. They have to have this school that we've not told them they have to have a school of engineering. You don't have to have a school of liberal arts or arts and sciences. We've told them you must have this school. And when I look at it as a financial person, I'm shocked that there's only 300 undergrads and 300. I would hope we would do better than that, but that's their decision. It's not our decision.
Just the university decision, or not? The school don't have no say so in this. Just the university.
I don't know what you're saying.
This is where we get lost. Now, the school operates under the university. Am I right? School of Social Work at the University of Alabama, with 300 undergraduate students and 300 plus graduate students. Not enough students in the program to operate as a school, so we're going to make it a department.
Those are your words. I don't know.
I'm just asking questions.
I've already told you this bill doesn't do any of that. This bill just removes a mandate that they have
a mandate to have to take away the standalone.
A standalone school. A mandate to have a standalone school.
So it's not a standalone school now?
It is, because we mandated it.
But this bill does what? Take away the mandate?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I've been trying to find out why.
That makes sense to me.
What? Taking away the mandate makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Could you explain that to me so I can understand how it makes sense to me?
Because we don't mandate any other program or any other school they have except this one.
Can you understand why this school was mandated?
I wasn't here in 1965.
But neither was I. But you should have some data that the history of this school that tells you why it was done.
Well, the reason they mandated is because there were less than 100 social workers in the entire state of Alabama, and some counties did not have social workers. So they mandated that school. But 60 years later, with the whole social work needs changing, the whole culture changing, the whole state changing, the state of Alabama is very different. The needs we have are very different.
Has Alabama changed that much since 1965? Culturally speaking? See, social work does a job in the community that help people to improve themselves. Now, DHR has social workers, but they don't have enough.
I've already said we need more social workers.
Well,
is
the school not the reason why we need social workers? Because we don't have 1,500 or 2,000 in the classes there? Is the recruitment a problem? Pay is a problem. I know that. The same way in education. You can't get teachers because it's the pay. But there's a lot of travel in being a social worker. And I don't know. Now I live in Clark County, and that DHR, they don't have enough social work in Clark County. 27,000 people living in the county, and the department don't have enough social workers to mandate the school, the children that need the help. So we need to increase those things, but I don't know how we go about doing that under the circumstances. But you want to get rid of that reason for the school being established in the first place. I'm not filibustering. I just wanted to get some clarity, and I got more confusion than clarity. Because if you take something away and you still let them do what they do, what you taking it away? what the purpose of taking that away? If they're still gonna operate the way they operate on the autonomy of such. I'm through. I just want to get some. I still didn't get anything. Thank you for that recognition, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Representative Garrett, you've been in that stance a long time. I mean,
I've been longer.
oh yeah, I mean, you can listen. When folks talk sometimes the things that we do, I tell folks all the time, listen, we were made for this. It's fascinating to some, but when you've done it, but I have a message for you too. From one of your good Auburn buddies. And they wanted me to say, I didn't know Auburn had an Auburn creed. And they said that the reason Gene Chizik came down here is because Auburn and the Auburn creed, and they let me see what they said. Oh, Auburn raises good men to be real good men, to be the best of men. And they said that somebody named George Petrie, who was the first coach of Auburn, I guess he wrote the Auburn Creed. Does anybody in here know about the Auburn Creed?
Absolutely.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Well, they just wanted to make sure that you understood that. So I'm assuming.
Absolutely. It's a tremendous document.
But I told them, I said, that may be true. And I told y'all when I stood up here at this microphone, now you can't tell me nothing about Nick Saban. It's only one Nick that matter. I said, but I still say that he needed to come here, but I told him don't get it twisted.
Would it surprise you to know
Tide.
that, would it surprise you to know that my two brothers are Auburn graduates?
Danny, the way you eat and breathe and sleep Alabama, I cannot believe it.
They're younger than me too, so I didn't have a good influence on them
Okay.
in that respect.
All right. Well, that's all right then. Well, I'm glad I learned a little history from about Auburn University. I'm gonna have to really look up the creed to see what the creed says, and then look at some of the good men that they say Auburn has produced.
It's an excellent document.
But the question is, and I should have asked this: has Auburn produced better men than Alabama? It's the question. You better get it right. You remember that cheerleader that was from that Alabama that year and said Roll Tide, and the next week they weren't a cheerleader anymore. So you better get that answer right. Because somebody just told me they had to clear this up so they can go back home to their constituents. I'm just helping y'all out today now. And Danny, you ain't answer that question. So I take it as a yes.
Auburn produces some very good men and women.
But the question wasn't if they produce good men and women. I asked you, did they produce better men and women than Alabama?
Since my wife and children
better
graduated
get it
University
right.
of Alabama, then I can't say that.
Okay. I thought you were going to say, but anyway, listen. I just, real quickly, I don't know, I don't speak for anyone here, but myself. As I have said in the past years, and I'm going to continue to say it because everybody thinks different. So with this being said, my question to you is, my comment is this. Now, I don't know what's going on with this bill. I wasn't at the table when it came about, but I've been down here long enough to know it's something to this bill for us to come in this body to make this change. My good eye says to me, and I started to ask this question, and I don't know if I did. I can't remember. Who heads this division now? Is it a male or a female?
I don't know.
So you don't know who heads this division. You don't know the demographics, if they're black or white. I have a feeling that somebody at the University of Alabama that is either over this division or has a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy. I could be wrong. I've always, if I'm wrong, I come and I'll say it. It's somebody of color. I'm willing to. $500 to a bucket of crap. I know that. Nobody has to answer that. I just know because I've seen a trend around the country. There is some aspect in somebody's thinking, I don't know who, may not have been yours. I don't know if you came up with this idea. Was this your idea to bring this bill, or did the University of Alabama ask you to bring it?
This came out of our discussions about outcome-based funding, as I've explained.
Outcome-based. But whose suggestion? I've not gotten
In
that.
our
I haven't heard
discussions-
anybody say that yet.
In our, the university basically said, well, here are some areas that we can address these two laws. One was the UAB law, mentioned the physicians board that doesn't exist, and the other was we have limited autonomy over the School of Social Work. So and we're talking about the need for more workers, and so that was just
It's a tough issue because it is the Department of Social Work. I think it is because, especially in the Black community, it had been one of those curriculums that, many people of color have gravitated toward many, many years. It was one of those a part of a curriculum also that those who felt they had arrived because you could become a social worker. Teaching, of course, has and always been, for many, many years, the number one field. But I just feel like this is tied to something else. And again, I was not there. I'm not going to call a man a liar or say that whatever if I don't know. I wasn't in the room.
I will tell you that is not my opinion, my understanding. That's not been a discussion. It's been
Okay. And again, and it may very well.
I think as Representative Lee pointed out, I think it's an opportunity to do more.
Yeah, I'm not.
Maybe may stay alive.
And I get that. I guess for me, I think it's just the suspicion that surrounds it. And the reason why, and I guess it's sad that we are here because so much has been taken. As a matter of fact, University of Alabama was one of the first schools in the state that when Trump came in to dismantle the DEI program, and I was one of the ones when the president at the time came in that encouraged them to do, and he did. He kept his word. I think Dr. Bailey at the time, he kept his word. We had a meeting over there across the street at that time. I was able to go, and I shared with him that I felt they needed a division and this, that, and another. And I think he kept his word. For those who don't see or realize that I do have an impact on a lot. So with that being said, I think it's just because of the culture that we're in now. We have a member going to bring a bill to say that you got to speak English only. To get a driver's license, the test or whatever has to be in English. It's just that trepidation in trying to get through some of these processes to get to a means to an end. And unfortunately, there is a level of distrust, as you've seen from those. I don't speak for anyone who comes to the microphone, but there's a level of distrust because of so many things that are being stripped away, and especially things that have become a benefit to people of color or those who are considered to be the least of these in many, many regards. So I think that's the thing. Again, I'm here speaking on my behalf. I run my own Facebook page. I post my own comments. I have quite a big following. So, I don't need that help at all. And I have my own podcast. So I don't have to get my messaging out standing right here. And I think I do pretty good with it. So, but I still like to be able to go back and speak to that base of people about these types of issues because it is of concern. As I think Rafferty said it, and especially in the area that he represents. And I certainly represent an area where, and I have a lot of friends that are social workers. Some of them are at the point now where they're about to retire. And they wanted to graduate and they could get those good state jobs with the department, DHR and other places and things of that nature. And some of them have raised grave concerns. And especially I will have to always say something if it's anything that I feel impacts people of color, or, and to ask the question. And I appreciate you for not taking issue with me asking a question. I still feel that there's more to this bill.
Time has expired. The question for the body's final passage of HB 152. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 76 yeas, 14 nays. HB 152 passes. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 19 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 89 by Senator Sessions relating to the State Pilotage Commission.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 89 is just a cleanup bill. Years ago, there was a code adopted for the pilots, the bar pilots in Mobile, and about 8 years ago, a new code was adopted. So this is just retiring the code of 1931 and us going with the code of 2019.
A question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for final passage.
That is question's final passage of SB 89. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 ayes, 0 nays. SB 89 has passed.
Thank you.
Thanks, the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 72 with substitute by Representative Sellers relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Sellers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 72. Under existing law, smoking tobacco products with a child in the car is a criminal offense. Also, under existing law, smoking marijuana of any kind is prohibited under any circumstances. But this bill would provide an additional criminal penalty of a Class A misdemeanor for smoking marijuana in a motor vehicle when a child is present in the motor vehicle, whether the motor vehicle is in motion or at rest, and whether the windows are open or closed. This bill would also require the court to order a person who violates this bill to take an in-person education course developed by the Alabama Department of Public Health about the dangers of drug and marijuana use around children. This bill would require law enforcement to report violations to the local county Department of Human Resources. This bill will require mandatory reporters to report to the State Department of Human Resources or another duly constituted authority when children smell of marijuana smoke, and will require such reports to be treated and investigated as any other reports of suspected child abuse or neglect. This bill would also require the Alabama Department of Public Health to develop public education material about the dangers of exposing children to marijuana smoke. There's also a sub. Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Chairman Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yule. Yes. Let me tell you, it's a great bill. Thank you for bringing it. I know a lot of hard work went into this, and it's much needed. Thank you. Your hard work.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for bringing this legislation. Could you tell us what's the additional penalties that's going to be added to a person for smoking inside with a child in the car?
Well, there is also Class A misdemeanor as well as in-person education course developed by Alabama Department of Health.
So the education gonna be upheld?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelley, Representative Mooney.
Representative Sellers, you and I have talked about this type thing quite a bit, and you know what? We're with you 110%. This is something that'll be meaningful for our families and our children. I'm totally in support of you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Okay. No, I'm not going to say that now. I'm not going to say that. Listen, well, I don't know. It's history. I don't know a Democrat that has ever brought a bill that would criminalize marijuana in this building. And especially, that's such a sensitive subject because so many people of color get stopped and because of the criminalization of marijuana. So it does give me consternation because that's just something that Democrats never have done. So this is, it was shocking because the penalty is the penalty and it depends on the amount that it could be a Class A misdemeanor or B or what have you. And sometimes that varies depending on, what's in the car. And marijuana bills have always been tough bills in our community because there has been so much criminalization, and especially of people of color. It is already a crime. And if there's probable cause, if the law enforcement stop, if they smell the stench, if they see a marijuana roach, I can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. That gives them the ability and the authority. And then also we are setting up a system in which DHR could possibly get involved and someone's child could possibly, because of this bill, be taken away, or you can fall within that system. And sometimes when folks are indicated through the DHR system, there's a file that's created. It's a lot. It is a whole lot. I don't think the bill will stop anyone. And listen, I'm not for smoking in front of a child. I'm not saying that. I mean, I deal with people who smoke marijuana every day. I have clients. I don't smoke anything. But I do have concerns with the construct of this bill. So could you help me just get clarity on you said they would have to take some kind of course, but I thought I heard you say something about DHR, and I may be mistaken. But again, just for me, marijuana bills, just historically across the country, has been very difficult bills. And then also address, since we are moving toward medical marijuana, sometimes someone that may be on medical marijuana, once everything gets off and rolling, may not have the card or whatever they're going to be calling that they will be carrying. So how will this have an impact once they have that law, or that they finally work out the kinks and folks are able to make prescription? Because even just with pills, sometimes, there are situations where you may be driving, may have had a pill, don't have a prescription, the person's still charged. So it takes them through a whole lot. So if you can just answer those two questions and just give me clarity, I'll be done. Thank you.
So there's a misdemeanor. There's also educational component developed by Department of Health, as well as also require mandatory reporting. Schools already have a mandatory reporting. to that degree. There's also a sub to this that also not only just in-person education, but it also can be virtual to make that more convenient.
But the courts can also already do that. In most courts, they do that anyway, because especially if you're certainly a first offender, so they would offer those type of programs. And typically what happens, they'll come in and of course they will go through that process, and many times, sometimes the cases are null processed or what have you. So those are things, I guess, that are already in place without us further criminalizing people. All of those things are already in place. So can you tell me what is not other, because again, they can all, that training can already be a part of it. Everything that you just said. So I'm just trying to understand. Again, I'm not trying to knock against your bill, but I wouldn't care at this point who brought this bill. These would be my same issues. And not because it's you, it's just that anything dealing with any bill such as this, I've always questioned, I've had consternation over it, and I do have concerns about this aspect, about this bill. And again, to anything that would further criminalize a race of people gives me concerns. So, again, I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, but I did want to just add my commentary to that. Again, I am for upholding the laws. I'm not in favor. You can't even smoke in my house. You can't smoke in my car. You can't smoke in my house. You can't even go on my patio and smoke. So whether it's cigarettes, whether it's weed, whether if it's perp, whatever it is, I don't care what it is. I don't, I don't play about, drugs or anything like that. But I do have problems because this has always been an issue and something internally that has been discussed over the years. Any legislation, even at the time when I was on duty, and legislation would come to enhance the penalties for marijuana, and it was always been heavily it has always been heavily frowned upon. So maybe something has changed, and I guess with new people and everybody thinks differently. But I do know it does give me cause for pause with regards to the legislation. But I'm just going to get one other answer with regards to medical marijuana. Had you given any thought to that person who may legally possess the medical marijuana once everything is worked out with that?
No, that's not a part of this. But if it's medical marijuana, then there would be identification and regulation.
Yeah,
you're not smoking medical marijuana, probably.
But I don't know how will a cop be able to discern initially? And sometimes folks are not going to just walk around. People leave their wallets at home. So I think unintended consequences, because I do think that will be, is everybody who has medical marijuana going to walk around with a card every day, all night, go to the store, run to the Quick Mart, go to Walmart, Publix, Walgreens, Piggly Wiggly? No, I don't think, because we're human and humans do make mistakes. But I just wouldn't want an unintended consequence of someone who is being medically treated, smoking in front of their child, or the world we also live in with people, nosy neighbors. Most calls that are made to DHR relative to those individuals who ultimately get indicated are from typically their neighbors. So those are the people who, for whatever reason, they can get mad at you, they can make all type of accusations, and they are the ones who typically make the call to DHR, hey, such and such is failing as a parent, such and such has this going on. And in this instance, it will be that someone is smoking marijuana, and they may very well, but that person may not know that that person has a license. So I do think there could possibly be unintended consequences with regards to the legislation. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity. Again, I am not trying to take away from the criminal penalty aspect of it. I'm only dealing with the criminalization aspect of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 87 ayes, 1 nay. The BR has passed. Representative?
There's a sub. Replace line 41 on page 2 with the following: child is present to provide penalties, including a virtual. Replace line 45 on page 2 with the following: Department of Public Health in collaboration with certain other state agencies to develop public education. Replace line 84 on page 3 with the following: shall develop a virtual education class about the dangers. Replace line 89 with page 4 with the following: the Alabama Department of Public Health in collaboration with the Alabama Department of Mental Health and the Alabama State Law Enforcement Agency shall.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the sub. I got 2 lights on. Y'all want to speak on the sub or the bill? The bill? Okay, very good. Question for the body now is the adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 92 ayes, 0 nays. The substitute has been adopted. Representative Sellers.
Move for the final passage of HB 72.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Whew. We talked about the bill a little bit, and it was about children inside of vehicles, right?
Yes.
So, but as I continue to look into the bill, and I just want to be able to justify my vote for why I'm voting the way that I'm about to vote. So on page 2, it's a child and the individual under the age of 19. So we are making it a parent responsible for an 18-year-old who is or has marijuana smell on them. So we know at the age of like 16 and 17, especially with the influence of walking outside and going different places, that they are smoking, maybe without the parent even knowing. And we're saying that a child, we're calling an 18-year-old a child, a 17-year-old a child, a 16-year-old a child. And I just don't think that's, because you can go and enlist in the military at what age?
18.
18. I could go to war, but I can't smoke marijuana unless my parents going to get in trouble or I have DHR knocking on the door. And when you say smell of, what is smell of marijuana?
One of the inspirations for this is my conversations with quite a few educators that had actually brought the concern to me about not only just elementary schools, children that come to school and they reek of marijuana. And
I get that.
they see the results of that on the child for half a day. And so, you know, sometimes people say the unintended consequences, but I think the unintended consequences is the children. And the results of secondhand smoke, marijuana smoke, and its effect on children, brain development risk, impaired brain development, problems with attention, memory, potential impact.
Is that marijuana or cigarette?
Marijuana, lung breathing problems.
And again, I told you, I understand, especially with the kids going into school. My problem is you're making a parent responsible for a grown individual. 18 is grown. I can't stop my 18-year-old who is about to get ready to go to the military not to smoke marijuana, or if they are 18 and they leave in the house and they start smoking. I tell my story all the time. I have no shame about my story. So I was a teen mom, right? So my mom and my dad can't be, incarcerated because at 16 I was outside, not at night, but you get exactly what I'm saying. So now at 18, we're really saying that an 18-year-old cannot smoke, which is already illegal, but we're saying if they smell of smoke at the age of 18, that the parents are going to be in trouble. I was in a committee and we was talking about boating incidents. And no, it wasn't boating incidents. It was putting guns and lockers at the schools. Like if a child get caught with a gun and it's in their locker in their schools or whatever, and what's gonna happen if they 16, they 17 or 18 years old. And it didn't even pass committee because they was like, no, I should not be responsible for my child if they leave the house at 16 or 17, and I don't know if he or she has a gun and they go inside the school with it. Now we're gonna have, and I wanna say Representative Drummond carried that bill, but it did not pass out of committee dealing with young people and guns, but we gonna say 18.
At 18,
At 18.
or 19, if they're in school, in high school, they have a mandatory reporting of the smell or even the act of smoking marijuana already.
Already in place, but you're saying who is going to be in trouble for that with this? Because it's saying that you're going to call the proper authorities or DHR. So I'm asking, what's going to actually happen? So does the parent get the misdemeanor for the 18-year-old smoking? You understand exactly what it is that I'm saying. An 18-year-old smoking. Now I got to be in trouble, but 18 could go sign up for the military and go fight wars. But now my parent gonna be in trouble if I smell of marijuana. If my 17-year-old smell of marijuana, I get a misdemeanor because my 17-year-old who has the right to drive a vehicle, drive a license, and they riding, and they go to school, and somebody smells some marijuana. Do you know how easy it is for marijuana to get on your clothes? It is so easy. All you have to do is just stand next to somebody who was smoking, and now you walk off and you smell like marijuana. So what if,
You don't need to be standing next to nobody smoking marijuana.
hypothetically, because we're talking about young kids, especially inside our neighborhoods, inside our communities, where a lot of our kids walk to school. So if my 8-year-old is walking to school and stop at his friend's house and they all walking together. The other 8-year-old come outside, he smell like marijuana. They walking together. Now my child have a marijuana smell because it's easy contact. Now I get a misdemeanor for that.
So who your 8-year-old walking with that's smoking marijuana?
No, I didn't say the 8-year-old was smoking. I said the 8-year-old come outside and smell, because the smell is easy contact. It is very easy contact. But I just wanted to come, the age is my problem. And again, I understand what you're doing with little kids coming in. I hate to smell it. I hate to smell it coming inside the doctor's office and things of that nature. So I actually understand what you're doing, but to fight the wars, and then my mama and my dad are gonna be responsible for me smelling like marijuana. Thank you.
Well, I couldn't smoke marijuana and be enlisted.
You couldn't, and that's what I'm saying. different strokes for different folks. Some of us did and some of us didn't.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield? Now, I am one of, I'm not going to say the few, I'm going to say many that believe in child care, especially when it's dealing with females, young children, period. But I have a couple of questions on this bill. And I know it's been time where I'm on the interstate and it's a lot of cars on the interstate. And I smell what is known as loud. Because I remember when I first smelled it, I was like, what the is that? It's called loud. The issue is when all these cars are passing by, who do you target? Who do you target? That's my question. Because I smell it, but who do I target? And that's one question. And the other question, we all know that marijuana is illegal in the state of Alabama. We already know that. So I guess I'm trying to grasp around. I don't know. Explain to me what we're doing, because I want to support the bill.
So I guess the inspiration of it was dealing with our educators from our schools. And kids were coming to school with an excessive loud smell of marijuana as well.
Okay, so right there. So you do know, and I heard my colleague speak on it. You know, if I'm gonna say an older brother, older sister was out smoking, and they come home, and they take their clothes off, and they maybe lay their clothes on the younger brother or sister. You know, that stuff so loud, sometimes it can rub on your clothes. So, which means that the parent is innocent, that baby is innocent, but then that baby go to school. Then what happens?
It's not only just the presence of it, but it's also the effects of how children behave once they get to school. And so you know the signs of secondhand marijuana smoke.
Absolutely. But to me, secondhand is secondhand.
Yes.
But what I guess what I'm trying to find out and what I'm trying to ask is, going back to that question, if that kid go to school and put that, let's say, the jacket on, but the smell come from the clothes of an older sibling, then when that kid walk into school, that teacher, principal, counselor, whomever gets a whiff of it, what happens? Because really the baby is innocent, the parent is innocent.
Well, technically already the schools have a mandatory reporting.
They what now?
They have mandatory reporting.
Okay, so then what happens to the kid if it's reported?
So it goes back to.
And I'm really just trying to get an understanding.
Okay, it goes back to not only just the penalty piece, but it goes back to the education piece, to the dealing with the Department of Health on the why we should not be using marijuana.
So so I heard you say
The dangers.
So who goes to? Is it a class?
Yes, class
Who
can
goes
be
to
in
the
person
class?
and or virtual. The parent.
The parent.
Yeah.
But I had no idea. I didn't even know my oldest child smoked. You know, so I had no idea how my baby get the smoke on his or her jacket. So I got to go to a class on something that I didn't even know.
Yes,
Okay.
because that means you're smoking around a child.
Not
smoking
me, but no.
marijuana.
I think you
Oh,
didn't hear me.
I see what you're saying.
No, I said, me as the parent
Yes.
did not know that my older kid smoke.
Mhm.
My baby put on his or her jacket and go to school. The principal, whomever, smelled my kid. And so I still, with me not knowing, I have to go to school, I have to go to class. I didn't know somebody was smoking in my house.
You don't know if somebody was smoking in your house. You can smell it. It's
No.
loud,
No. It was on their
but the
clothes.
smell is still loud.
Look, I don't go upstairs. I got a whole big upstairs.
But the smell is
I'm
still loud.
downstairs. My baby room is upstairs. My other kid room is upstairs. The clothes, the jackets have contact. My child and caught the bus and went to school. I don't know that my kid is smelling like marijuana. So my question is, with me not knowing, why do I, as the parent, have to go to this class? And then how you gonna prove where did the smell come from on the jacket? That's what I'm asking. And I do disagree with that because as a parent, you may not know. You may not know. You know, in here, I don't know if the the counselor or the principal can call you in to say, hey, this is what we smelt on your kid's jacket, you know, how we gonna handle this. But instead, you got me going to class for something that I don't even know about.
I think every parent knows what goes on in their house,
No,
and if
that's
they
not, that's
don't,
not true.
they should.
That's not true. That is
They
not
don't, they
true.
should.
That is not true. And you would not stand here and tell me that you know everything that your daughters have done.
I don't know everything.
No parent knows.
But if they were smoking
everything
marijuana,
that they're-
I
you on my
definitely would know.
time, sir. No
definitely-
parent know everything that their kid do. I disagree with you with that. You're not with your child every single moment. You're not gonna know everything that your kid do. Now I disagree with that. Because me and my son real close. Real close. But I would not stand up here and say I know everything that little boy does, that grown man does, because I do not. Now, if I ask him, he will tell me whether I want to hear it or not. But no parent know exactly what their kid is doing at all times unless you got a little bit of shorty that's walking around and they with you every day all the time. So I'm not going with that. But I do have an issue with that because, and then, you know, we're talking about reports of child abuse and neglect. I hadn't abused my kid. I have not neglected my kid. I didn't know the coat was next to the other coat because I didn't know the oldest child was smoking. So so me as an innocent parent with an innocent kid, I have to also deal with that. So which is putting me in a position because I didn't know. So how can we make sure that this parent that didn't know get in trouble? I'm asking, you can speak now.
You know what goes on in your house.
Most of the
And-
time you
and-
do. You don't know what your child do at every moment. Go
And
ahead.
if the child is smoking marijuana, you know because you smell it. I hadn't always been this age. I've been young.
Believe in protecting children, but at the same time, we also have to make it make sense, have clarity, and have an understanding of it as well. That's all I'm saying. And I gave the scenario, and I was just asking because I wanted to know, because that's important to me, because we also got innocent folks that's up in this bill. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr.
Thank the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, President Pascal.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sellers, how you doing?
Great.
I just have just a couple of things, a couple of questions. My question is going to be related to DHR, the Department of Human Resources. As I read your bill, this will require that DHR be notified at each instance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So are you currently, where the law is written, when I could call DHR tonight or today and report you as make an allegation against you today with the current law is written, and within 3 days you're entered into a database for 5 years. Are you aware of that?
No.
Yeah. And so I had about 100 parents last week attended a DHR meeting here in Montgomery, and they invited me after the meeting to share some of their concerns. And that was one concern that we put in. We have a system that we put innocent parents in this system just because of a phone call. The good news, next week I will be filing a bill to address that. I just want to bring that to attention. Before I file the bill, I will bring it to you, and hopefully you can join me in co-sponsorship, because I believe as parents is not being parents. They reach the threshold of placing their kids in abuse or neglected situation that should be held accountable. It should be indicated. But where the current law is written, it's putting thousands of parents in this database for no reason. But I just want to just kind of just share that with you. That's a major concern with a lot of people throughout the state, that when we require people to call DHR without investigating anything, parents is placed in this database for 5 years. Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know so much about marijuana use, and it causes psychosis, so many health problems, and at bare minimum, it still is an initiative for young people. And I thank you for looking out for the youth, and thank you for bringing this bill.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I've listened to a lot of the debate with regards to this bill, and I think every Democrat that came up said these words: we all support the rule of law as it relates to marijuana or any drug that is not lawful. I don't think that that is lost on anyone. And even the dissertation and rollout of the side effects of marijuana or smoke, my office, we handle all from mesothelioma to all, I could write a book on that. So I don't need anyone to give me a textbook answer about what marijuana does. This is about a social issue. At the end of the day, we have a problem still in this state and in this country with the criminalization of people of color. This bill, I feel there are enough laws on the books. I don't try to go inside of anybody's house. I don't try to go inside of anybody's private cars. I think when Representative Hollis had a bill a few years ago not to smoke in the car, I had a problem with it. I have no respect of person when it comes to those issues, and I think that we can get so excessively entangled because there are so many things in our homes that we do as parents or guardians that have more of a detrimental effect on our kids' learning abilities than just some darn simple someone smoking on some marijuana. Because if you're gonna smoke, you're gonna smoke. You got friends that smoke. You have family members that smoke. I don't smoke, and nobody comes to my house that smokes. And if they do, they've got to go to the end of the road, up the hill, down in the valley, and back up. I wanted to be clear again that this is a bill, and nationally, Democrats have always had to put a hard eye on bills that would further criminalize those individuals that smoke marijuana because of the things that happen at the traffic stop, because of the social stigmas that are attached and stereotypes that are attached, that are so embedded in a system of law that it has such an impact. So the unintended consequences, you know, men cheat on their wives in houses. Wives cheat on their husbands sometimes. It's a lot of things that happen in households, but you're not going to just put, if they choose to put each other out, but you deal with it. Folks deal with domestic violence in households. Unfortunately, I hate that it happens. So there are so many things that can impact a child's learning greater than the possibility, and it's still not proven yet truly the effects of some secondhand smokes. I know people right now who've had lung cancer, barely ever around anybody who's ever smoked. So those things are still yet undeterminable, and there have been some scientists who said certain things, but not a 100% given. But even at the end of the day, we come here and we are lawmakers, but we also, or we used to in this party, also stand in this well because we have to deal with those things that we know that detrimentally impact in our neighborhoods people of color. And many times, often than not, it starts at the traffic stop. It starts with a bad actor. And listen, I have no problem with law enforcement. And I support law enforcement. But I also support a process that is fair. And racial profiling, it does exist. As what the gentleman, Pascal, whatever his name, that just came up and he spoke about, there are people who will file false police reports. Now that if this law passes, that they will file police reports saying that they do it all the time. It's understood, it's in the code that educators have a duty to report. That's understood. I don't need anybody standing in this well to tell me something that I can also look up in the Alabama State Code that's under the law. And the worst part about it, what I'm seeing is everybody who has come up in support of this bill is a Republican. That's no disrespect on anybody, but that's never good when it's a bill of these types of consequences that people like me and my colleagues who have come before me. And like I said, I don't care what y'all think about me down here. I think anybody out here can write a book about that. I want to make it clear, I don't. Because I didn't get elected by anybody in this building. I didn't get elected by any special interest groups. Most of them don't have no impact in my neighborhood other than giving my opponents some money. They've never even heard of them and could care less. People vote. But when I come here because I come here and I'm going to speak a truth. Somebody listens because I get the calls. And then there are people who may not like it, but I'm not here for what they like. I'm here because this bill, if it passes, will have an impact, and as well as it has been something that we have curated over these years to make sure that we argue against it because of those things. Because you have some people who do smoke marijuana who don't smoke in front of their kids. You have some people who smoke marijuana who don't smoke in their cars. You have individuals that may be 18 years of age that are heading into the military. So I'm 18. My mama got to come help me get out of jail, and I'm somewhere in basic training. Make that make sense. It doesn't make sense. Again, I have supported you since you have been here. When you ran for office, I was the only elected official in the Democratic Party that wholeheartedly support, the only one, 10 toes down, period. I've tried to assist with bills, so it's not that I'm trying to knock you. I've given you legislation. I've talked with you about legislation, so nothing to do with that. But this bill right here is a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Again, I support law enforcement. I support the rule of law, but I am one who lives daily with someone being stopped from unintended consequences or a stench or a child. And listen, we just a few years ago collectively passed legislation with the expungement, because we had so many young kids that were at the University of Alabama, that were in Auburn, and most of the charges that they get are either DUIs and or marijuana charges. So we passed that legislation as a part of a package a few years ago because we knew that was a major problem. Some folks may not have wanted to talk about it publicly, but that's what it was, because you have young kids. So for me, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to come back up to speak twice on one bill. But this bill gives me great, great, great consternation. I'm hoping that the sponsor not trying to kill your bill. I'm not going to ask you to carry it over. I'm not going to ask you to do anything. Again, I have no respect of person when it comes to that, because I come here to do the business of the people who sent me. And with that being said, I'm not here to stop you from doing anything. I'm here to point out what you're doing. This bill hurts my core. And I think I've been here 16 years, and I've never gotten up here and ever said anything hurts me in Montgomery, ever. So with that being said, I appreciate the opportunity to come. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for at least allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative. Yes. I have listened to everybody's concern. You multitasking now? What you doing? My concern is that when you're talking about the child smells of marijuana, suppose my child went to visit someone else's house. I didn't know that they were smoking, but they were. He got into his jacket and his clothing. Come home. Next day, he got to go to school with that jacket on it and that odor's there. What happens then? Because he smells of marijuana. They would first make the assumption that it's coming from the house or the car or is related to the parent. So what do they do then in that case? Because the child smells of marijuana, what's the process then? Once the teacher determines that, what happens then?
Do it last from that day to another day?
Yeah, it does. It stay in your clothes now. Especially, I look here. I have driven down the freeway, my car down, window down, past another car and they window down, heavily engaged. Once they passed me, and me and my niece was going to Tennessee, and it happened one day. I said, shoot. After that car passed, I said, now if the trooper, which the troopers be really active in Tennessee. I said, if they stop us, they gonna swear we got some marijuana in this car. But what has happened is the car that we passed, that we rolled the window up, but the smoke had gotten in there. But it does last in people's clothing, depending upon the type of material the clothing is made out of. It could be in there, and people could swear that you just got through being in an environment or smoking it yourself. I think, with so many bills, and I continue to go up here, and I don't mind standing alone, that we have treated so many bills that I think probably needed a little more investigation and fine-tuning it, because I listened to our colleague from Montgomery when she talked about the age, because both of us looked at the 18, 19 age that was in the bill, and we have concerns about that too. But with that, when you're talking about marijuana, I worked at the VA. we went through a period during the 70s that our patients was growing it in the room. At night, they smoke it. You go in the morning to collect their blood, and it's just like you go into a smoke factory. So when you come out, naturally, your uniform has the odor in it. So it gives off an odor, like they said perfume does. You know, perfume, I can hug you, and you'll be all day trying to get that scent, especially if it's one you don't like, out of your clothing. So I think that's one of the biggest problems that I have faced with it, is how certain fabrics will hold that odor when that child's family had absolutely nothing, wasn't involved with smoking or nothing else. It's just that the odor lingers. So I don't know how we correct that or make provisions for that if that child enters a classroom and have the odor on them and the teacher smells it and it's their responsibility to report it. And that parent is in trouble for something that they have not done. Or like I said, they could have went and visited a friend's house. So during the time they get back at home at night, do you have the time to take that coat to some place where they can treat that odor? Because sometimes a little stench, it stays in some fabrics forever. It's just that strong, and those fabrics, I guess because of the types of thread, just hold on to it a little better. But I'm not going to take up much time. It's just that that's a problem. I don't know how to correct that problem in that situation, but it does impact our community a lot. And it probably impacts other communities too, but they ain't going to say nothing about it because they know it impacts ours first. And the whole goal in life, if we can tear that one down, ours still will survive. So, you know, it's going to have a major impact on our parents and what happens to that parent. What would be the time frame it takes that parent to prove that they are not guilty of smoking marijuana around their children? So that's, you know, those are some things I just think we need to consider. But I do think you have the consent of the majority in this body to pass it. And we know when we try to put credible ideas and thought processes on the table, it goes absolutely nowhere. But I wish you as the sponsor would give it consideration.
The chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is passage of HB 72. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
You gonna vote my machine?
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 77 ayes, 2 nays. HB 72 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having previously agreed to meet next Tuesday at 1 p.m., I move the House stand in adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.